Okay, we are live, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Belen. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Robert Hutchings. I'll be chairing the hearing today. I'm joined on the panel by Michelle Duncan and Diane Knight. Our assessor representing the Assessment and Taxation Department, City of Winnipeg, is Svetlana Shabel, and our recording secretaries today are Belen Rojo and Nicole Carnegie. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that we mail to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if it pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decisions by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 7 on our docket today. Ms. Karen Carnegie, could you please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony?
Yes, I can. Okay, Madame Assessor, can you please state your full name?
Svetlana, you're on mute.
Svetlana Shabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Slaughter, please state your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carnegie.
Thank you.
First item on the docket today is item number 1, file number 22-3633. Address is 645 Regent Avenue West, and we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. Excuse me, Mr. Neufeld, just to confirm, is it quantum only, or is there liability being appealed here also? Or Mr. Slaughter, I'm not sure who's speaking here. Maybe somebody can answer that question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Altus would like to defer to Colliers and Counsel for the presentation on behalf of the tenant. we're here representing the owner, so we'd like to stay present and remain a party on the board order, but we won't present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, but other points of appeal other than the realty assessment?
The point of clarification, you said 645 Regent. You did mean 845 Regent.
Yes, I did.
Okay, it's value only.
Nicole, was there liability checked off on the application? Could I request that, please?
Yes, it was. Liability to taxation and classification of property.
Was that on the Altus application or the?
No, it was not.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
So we're dealing with the first item, file number 22-3633. Mr. Neufeld, is the liability still in play or are you withdrawing that?
Just 1 second. No, there's no liability issue. We can withdraw it, or you could rule that it doesn't matter to us.
Okay. So for the record, Mr. Neufeld, is we are not dealing with the liability issue on the appeal. We're just dealing with quantum value. Ms. Shable, bear with us 1 second here while we pull up your brief, please. And before I start, is there any rebuttal evidence being dealt with on this particular file by either party?
Yes, I sent some in about 10 minutes ago.
I see none on the SharePoint.
Yeah, normally we don't distribute that until it gets addressed, but we have received it.
Okay, thank you.
And I sent rebuttal as well.
Oh.
Yes, we have received that also.
All right, so we're going to deal with the rebuttal after the, for instance, the assessor is going to present first. Then we'll deal with questions by the applicant and the panel. Then we'll deal with the rebuttal submitted by Mr. Neufeld, and accordingly we'll reverse it for the applicant presenting. Ms. Shable, please bear with us 1 second here. We've got your brief in front of us. Diane, do you have it? Michelle?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shable, you've got it? Oh, I guess. Okay, when you're ready, Ms. Shable.
File number 22-3633. Roll number 0901031830. Address is 845 Regent Avenue West. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $7,056,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office building situated on land area of 78,095 square feet, building built in 2006, and leasable area 31,638 square feet. The subject property has existing lease. Winnipeg Regional Health Authority lease presented on page number 2. They reported occupied area 31,629 square feet. Lease started in 2016 for 10 years at $16.65 net and $23.67 gross rent. Also, they reported income from parking, so total net rent for space and parking $18.36. On same page, you can see location of subject property. It's northeast of the city. More photo following on page 3 and 4. Subject property has a irregular shape of land. So on page number 5, I have presented on the bottom 5 evidence, rent comparable evidence, same tenants, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. It's first tenant 170 Gula Street. Let's go to the back of my and look on photos. We will start from page 16. So first comparable 116 Goulet. Its lease start in April 2021 for around 51,000 square feet at $19.79. On page number 17, another comparable 1819 Pembina Highway. Lease started in 2016 for 25 years, area of 51,000 roughly for $18.65. Another comparables of 280 Booth Road. Lease started in 2015 for 30 years. Leasable area around 58,000 square feet at $20.50. Another comparables on page 19, 785 Keewating Street. Lease started in 2012 for 25 years. Leasable areas around 67,000 square feet at $21.44. Another comparables of 650 Main Street. Lease started in 2009 for 25 years. Around 76,000 square feet at $18.54. Let's go back to my summary page of page number 5. So my 5 comparables showed that average $19.78, in media $19.79. We did assess subject property for 31,638 leasable area square feet at $16.66. We did apply 5.5% vacancy, like for all medical offices. We apply 3% expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot. In our capitalization rate, 6.65%. So our estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $7,056,000. In that, the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Schabel. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor's evidence presented?
Yes, just to confirm that the valuation prepared on page 5 in the top part of the page, running from the top to the line called estimated value, that this was all created by the model?
It's model driven and very well supported by my rent comparables.
So it's model valuation, okay, and the part marked WHR rent comparables below, did you prepare this yourself?
It's yes, it's similar tenants on 5 different buildings.
And you stated that the lease on the subject started in 2016. Are you sure about that?
It's what reported to us.
You didn't determine that they've been in there since it was built new in 2006? It's visible in Google Street View. I was just wondering if you checked.
Lease start date reported to us June 1st, 2016.
Are you familiar with the term built to suit?
All my comparables similar tenants.
Are you familiar with the term built to suit?
Okay.
Are you familiar with it? I just want to know if you, sorry.
Yes,
Sometimes
we have tenants, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, occupied whole building. Correct.
what I meant is when build to suit means that when a deal is struck with a developer for an occupant before the building goes up, and the occupier pays the construction costs in remuneration rather than a lease payment. Are you aware of this form of leasing?
It's not relevant for our income estimation value.
I
We
just asked if you knew
subject
about it.
property occupy lease reported to us 2016.
Are you aware that every single lease you quoted on page 5 is a built to suit lease?
It's reported to us. It's a specific Winnipeg Health Authority buildings.
And did anybody verify these, the contents of the lease?
I posted what reported to us.
Well, no, I personally sent in copies of all these leases. Did anybody read them?
I didn't saw it.
Okay. In regard to these numbers that are listed in these leases, did any of these numbers show up in the assessments of these properties?
Please repeat questions.
Is 170 Goulet assessed at 1979 a square foot?
We didn't look how much assess 170 Goulet. We look for lease in April 1st, 2021, our reference date for 5 years at 51,000 square feet and $19.79. We we assess at $16.66. It's fair.
My question is, if a rent in place is being used to support the model, and that particular rent was not applied in the model for the property in question, how can the model be accurate?
Mr. Neufeld, the assessor has not presented evidence of assessments of the comparables. Can we move on, please?
I asked her the question and she did not know the answer. So
She
I know
said-
the answer. And
Well,
I then asked a hypothetical question based on model application of an error in the model. I'm not comparing assessments here. I don't care what the assessments are. What I want to know is, if you use a lease that you're using to support the model, should not that lease show up in the model when it pertains to the property in question? I think it's a fair question.
All information provided to us, it's our database and our model run on this database. So our $16.66, it's what model pick up, analyzing all lease.
How many, sorry, in terms of the capitalization selected here, could you tell me which row that came out of on page 7?
Let's open page 7. It's a suburban office. We can see suburban office A and B between 5.6 to 6.9. Our capitalization rate of 6.65 and inside this range. This range between 20 and 18 percentile. It's 60% of the properties in this range.
So does this property as an OFM then come from OFB rates?
A and B, suburban A and B, have same range.
Okay.
5.6 to 6.9. By the way, Collier showed 6 to 6.75. It's inside.
But please don't
Collier's
testify
range
about
as well.
Colliers. You've been warned not to do that. Just answer the question in
It's,
regard to the model.
if you look on page number 7, all suburban offices, CBRE showed 7 to 7.5.
Is this
And
OFS?
Cushman, 6.25 to 7.75. Our model generated 6.65 inside this range. It's fair.
Okay, well, I was trying to just determine, is this, first you said it was from OFA, OFB, and then you said suburban. So is it from the line marked suburban A, suburban B, OFS, that this cap rate came from?
If you look on page number 7, we have office building for downtown and suburban. Subject property is suburban office.
Okay. How many investment sales of suburban offices occurred in the the 3 years preceding April 1st, 2021?
I don't have no answer. But if you look on page number 7, second paragraph, for the 2023 general assessment, April 1st, 2021 reference day, capitalization rate were derived from the model generated estimates of the net operating income and sale prices that were time adjusted to April 1st, 2021. The assessed value produced by the application of those model generated capitalization rate were compared to sale price assessment to sale price ratio were calculated. Resulting ratio statistic for the assessment taxation department income producing models satisfy the standards specified and set forth in the standard and ratio studies approved in April 2013, published by the International Association of Assessing Officers.
I'm sorry, your answer is quite non-responsive. I simply asked if you knew of any sales. Yes.
We are, according to what I already read to you, all sales happened to April 1st, 2021.
Do you know of one sale? Any sale?
No answer.
Your colleagues have earlier testified that there were no office sales during this period. And were you aware of that?
I was not present. I cannot talk about it.
Do you not need sales to make cap rates?
I already say it's model generated. It's inside our 2080 percentile. It's fair.
I'm asking again, if you do not have data input, how can the model generate a cap rate?
All sales, it's part of our data, and this data what model run off.
Okay, I'm going to stop this right here. I believe the applicants are aware that the assessor does not have knowledge of the methodology used in preparing the model. They only present the results at this hearing in their page 7. And that's all they can answer to, Mr. Neufeld.
On that basis, considering you have no knowledge of how this was created, how could your value be reasonable, as you said?
It's inside our percentile 5.6 and 6.9 for all office suburban.
I don't know if Mr. Mercury has any questions.
Just a few questions on the rent comparables, if I may. Ms. Scheibel, when you're typically selecting rent comparables, what are you looking for?
I was looking for comparables, leasable space similar to the subject property. And you can see it's around 32,000 square feet. Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. So I look for similar properties. It's I presented 5: Goulet, Pembina, Booth, Kivotin, Maine. They have same tenants, same interior design. It showed the median $19.79. We assess only $16.66. It's fair.
Did you inspect the subject property?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
Okay, so just to clarify, you haven't inspected the subject or any of the comparables?
No.
All right, so you can't speak to the similarities or differences between them?
I can speak. I inspected 170 Goulet. I inspected 280 Booth.
Okay, and 280 Booth, that's at the Grace Hospital?
Correct.
Okay, are you aware that are you suggesting that's an arm's length lease?
It's reported net lease on April 1st, 2021 and $19.79.
You didn't inspect the details of the lease, though, in terms of how it was negotiated?
It's reported to us. It's not consistent or not right. It's will be create penalty for this subject to this property. Our database collected on data evidence provided to us. That's why we have any penalty if it's not consistent or misleaded.
Right.
You suggest that this property fraud?
I'm just asking whether you had investigated the circumstances of the lease itself.
It's not relevant. The reported leases, I provided this information to support our model generated $16.66.
So you're suggesting that if a lease is reported, that's all that matters, and whether it's arm's length or not doesn't matter?
It's a reported net lease, very important net on gross lease. It's net lease, clean net lease and prior reference date, April 1st, 2021 and $19.79.
Okay. And just fair to say, I think you summarized this earlier, what you were really looking at is other properties rented by the same tenant, WRHA, correct?
Correct, because it's usually a high square footage of leasable area. It's in similar design.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. Is that the end of questioning by the applicants of the assessor?
Unless Mr. Slaughter wishes to ask a question or two.
No, thank you, Mr. Neufeld. I'm fine.
Thank you to all three of you for the questioning. Michelle, do you have any questions of the assessor's evidence presented?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, to follow up to Mr. Mercury's question, actually. So all the comparables you provided were leases from the WRHA, similar to the subject tenant?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're all medical facilities, is that right? Or
Yes, it's best represent subject property.
okay, thank you. That is my only question. Now, I understand, Mr. Neufeld, you had rebuttal evidence. We shall deal with that now. Ms. Carnegie, if we update our SharePoint, we'll have it available, is that correct?
Yes, we have uploaded those documents onto SharePoint.
Okay. Let us all find them before we proceed. Ms. Shable, let us know when you found them, and can the panel members also do the same? Okay.
So which is the rebuttal? There's a whole bunch that were added. Is it all of them together is the rebuttal?
Whose rebuttal are you going to review first, Mr. Chair? It would be the applicants because they have not presented, correct?
How do we know which one is the applicants on this listing?
There's 8 minutes ago, there was 5 items uploaded.
Oh, I see it now. Okay.
For let's see. Let's go the first one beneath the evidence, and that would be an income and expense statement submitted by the applicant. And then, did you find them, Michelle? Maybe we'll go through them at 9 minutes ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2 is an income and expense statement.
So there's 5 rebuttal pieces for the city, correct?
Yes. But assessor's rebuttal would have to be reviewed after the applicants are presented.
So we're looking at the applicant's rebuttal right now.
That's correct.
Yes, which I believe is the news article.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
Michelle, do you have it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have to.
And Ms. Shable, you've got it? Okay. Mr. Neufeld, when you are ready, can we deal with your rebuttal, please?
Yes, thank you. This is an article that was published some years ago after the completion of the access centers, and the access centers were one administration.
Sorry, Mr. Neufeld. I'm looking at in order here the income and expense statement.
Those aren't mine.
Those aren't yours. They're
Mine's
blank
just-
income and expense
Yeah.
statements.
No, mine's just marked rebuttal.
Rebuttal. Okay, so now I'm not finding it. So
Okay, hang on, Bob. It's number so you'll see 845 Regent Avenue yesterday at 11:44 a.m. It's the one right below that Nicole put on.
TC government's hands tied by long clinic leases. Is that the one, Mr. Neufeld?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, do you have that?
Yes.
Diane, you got it all.
I'm good, yeah.
And Ms. Shable, okay, Mr. Neufeld, when you're ready, please.
The access center concept was from the previous administration, and this was their attempt to deal with healthcare issues. Then there was an election and the new government came in. Now, of course, you would expect the last government to disagree, the two governments to disagree with each other, such is the nature of politics. But this is also what was reflected after the fact when we deal with political decisions on real estate. And the statements here are correct. And I'm just going to highlight a couple. Second paragraph, the leases were signed in the run-up to the last provincial election. And the NDP government were going to rely heavily on the quick care clinics, which these are part of. So this is a political motivated deal, not market, not even healthcare. This is a political decision, and I'm not commenting whether it's right nor wrong, but this takes the legs out of any of these leases as having market value. The current minister at the time then went on to say, these are unusual leases. That's a fair statement. And to the next page, it calls the clinics an experiment to reduce wait times. The long leases don't make sense and aren't standard for Manitoba health. I think those are pretty strong statements. When you lock yourselves into 30 years, is exceptional within the healthcare system generally to have that kind of lease. But it is also unusual to lock yourself in that long in almost anything in healthcare because things change so quickly in healthcare. He is talking about 845 Regent, and the lease, in my questioning, I was asking the assessor about knowledge about the length of the lease. No, it was begun in 2006. It's a 20-year deal with 2 5s on it. It's a 30-year lease. I think the article is just quite clear that both the previous and current government did not believe they were dealing with real estate, and the assessor's done nothing but introduce WHA leases, all done in the same context. That's my rebuttal.
Okay. Ms. Shable, any questions on the evidence or the rebuttal presented by the applicant?
No
Okay.
questions.
Diane?
I'm just trying to figure out the difference between the access center, the quick care clinics. What's the difference?
Well, first of all, the article refers to, second paragraph, 15 leases for access centers, quick care clinics, and birth center. Is the focus. Now, a quick care center was designed more for a couple thousand square feet, put in a strip mall, and to be non-urgent care, walk in to have your boo-boo looked at. The birthing center was to focus on delivery of babies in an environment that could handle both the typical medical deliveries as well as by midwives. And the access centers were a mix of all sorts of different healthcare uses. They were built to accommodate some practitioners' offices. Some had quick care clinics inside them.
Oh, they did. Okay, that's the part I didn't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then they had some had child operations for home care in them, the home care offices.
Yeah.
So the access centers were then spread around the city geographically to accommodate all the quadrants in the city. And today you're looking at 2 of them. And the assessors brought up several others.
Okay, that's good, Rocky, because this is all talking about quick care clinics was an unusual lease. Quick care clinics, everything, not the access center, but I didn't realize quick care was inside of the access center. So I'm good now. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Diane. Michelle, any questions?
Rocky, you just mentioned as part of the rebuttal that your point was that there's a 30-year lease on the subject property, which is what you were trying to get at earlier. So just to clarify, the WRHA had a 30-year signed confirmed lease on the subject property.
Yeah, I know we didn't submit it. Let me just double check the terms of it. I have these in a separate file. 845 Regent was executed October 2006. Sorry, October 2004. That was before it was built. The term began in 06. And the length of time was 20 years plus 2 5 years. And those were the renewals. And I should mention that Colliers was involved in doing the leasing as well as the work we're doing today.
Thank you.
Is that all, Michelle?
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, so you presented that article, and can you explain how it's related to the comparables that the assessor provided? 5 of them at about 50,000 square feet each.
All of these leases were determined by non-realty matters. Firstly, in the questioning and the lease itself, it's clear that they were all built to suit, and they were decisions made to satisfy, to attempt to meet a healthcare requirement. So these weren't based on a market value requirement. Now, typically, what Mr. Gertson is saying in his statement here, and I'm familiar with it because I work with them as well, how they're not typical. What was this great statement here? It's unusual to lock yourself in, exceptional within the healthcare system. All the leasing done by the Manitoba government, with the exception of these, was done through MIT, Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. They have a dedicated department of people who go out and negotiate the leases, and there are real estate brokers who now are working for the province. These went around that system and became a politically directed event. And in my working with WHA, by the time we were engaged, the previous administration had gone, and then another administration had come in, and this was the attempt to try to redress these issues, bring these back to a market value perspective.
Okay.
All of our information is firsthand. It's just this article is complete, what we've been saying.
Okay.
They don't represent market.
Thank you. My second question is, you seem to have details of the leases on the subject property. The assessor presented evidence of a net lease being declared in, I believe it was 2013. Do you have any information on whether that might be a step up?
It was absolutely a step up. And I submitted personally every one of these leases in 2016 to the city. So they do have these in their possession.
Okay, so What was the step up amount?
I'm just getting to that.
2016 or I'm sorry, 2013.
Yeah. I had it here. It's only 64 pages. Okay, I'm just gonna throw in a couple of things as I'm going along. Part one, landlord to erect building. They have that in their possession. They know it was a build to suit. That there was amount changes during it. Okay, here we go. Rent. Year 1 to 5, $15.50. Year 6 to 10, 16. Year 11 to 15, $17.25. Year 16 to 20, 18. And then the renewal amount is under a different clause.
Okay, so what rate are we looking at for the assessment date of April 1st, 2021?
The step, oh, sorry, I moved on again here. Okay, so this would have been starting in 06. I don't know which month. I believe $16 would be the number.
And what year would that be? When did it first start? 2006. So we're talking 15.
Oh, no, sorry. My math is wrong. 2000 and I don't have the commencement date in here. Oh wait, yes I do. December 31st, 2006 is commencement date.
Okay.
So 26 December to 21. So we would be in year 11 to 15, which is 1725.
Okay, 1725. And that would be, you would consider that net?
Yeah, it's pretty clear it's a net lease. That it's actually you can't characterize this as a net, triple net, or any of the sort. It is called a cost recovery lease, a building cost recovery lease.
Okay.
And the point about it is that when you have a special purpose property, the amortization of the building tends to be on a shorter frame, so the rents are higher because the recoveries want to get in within the area of a 20-year term rather than a typical 40-year term. And that's the problem with these build-to-suit leases, cost recovery leases.
Okay, just to understand, this is a privately owned building that was contracted out by WRHA to build a healthcare facility, and the province, or pardon me, the government at the time entered into a lease starting in 2006 with step ups for the 25-year period. Would that be fair? Accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. I think I've got a clear picture of what's going on here. And I believe it would be Mr. Neufeld's time to present his brief. So, Mr. Neufeld, please bear with us a minute here while we get to your brief before you start. For 845 Regent Avenue. Diane, Michelle, are you all there?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Shable?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, when you're ready, please.
All right. So I now have to get back to where I was here. Well, essentially, the groundwork has been laid for our view of this. This is a lease that was motivated by non-realty reasons, and it was not a real estate lease. It was a cost recovery lease. The current use is generally obsolete. The article is quite clear. Healthcare changes. So you build a lease on the basis of what you're doing today, and 10 years later, everything has changed. Now, the current model, I should say, for these access centers is to co-locate them on a campus with a hospital. And Booth was probably the one that is the forerunner of what you may see more of if there's funding, but there is no funding, which is to have an all-in-one location where you go from all levels of care, and then you can use triage to direct the people to where they should go, and hopefully alleviate the overloads in emergency rooms for the minor injury issues. That was the last effort made, and Booth is, as you can see, is somewhat dated. There's been no changes since then. Primary cares have been shut down everywhere, and access centers have been changed to do some of that, more of the primary care work. They are now operating as your non-emergency medical treatment centers. I'm going to testify here. My finger. I went to access center to fix my finger. Instead of an emergency room. That's where they're headed to. But the point is, it's an obsolete use. It was a building that was designed to solve a problem that it did not solve, and nothing to do with the government. Healthcare is an unsolvable problem, and you just do your best. So these things will change, but the government's on the hook for the leases. In regard to market value, we can disregard all the leases, because they were written long ago. Times have changed, as well as the non-realty aspect of it. Now we believe we should be looking at market value, as the Act defines market value. If you put this on the market and offered it for lease or sale, what would the interest be if it were not encumbered? And I think that's fairly simple. On our page 3 are a number of rents, and I'm only going to highlight a few of these rents. This is a gross table, and this will also save us a bit of time in the assessor's rebuttal, because these rents were developed for multiple properties, and what we do with them is highlight the ones that we're focusing on. Our making up of our rent list is driven by one major factor, is to provide a clean lease, not a build-to-suit lease, not a government-influenced lease, but a clean lease, properly negotiated. These are deals where we have first-hand knowledge it's a clean deal. The first two on the list are the top two, 850, or top three, I should say, 850 Pembina Highway. Very, very comparable building. And we have 3 different units in here. And you'll note the assessors used rents from all around the city, and we thought that was appropriate as well, because it's very difficult to find large buildings. The total size of 850 Pembina is about 60,000 feet in total, and there are 3 main tenants as of today. And you can see those rents range from $12 to $17, with lower rents on the larger units. The next grouping on the list is 1750 Main, which is a medical building. It's comprised of doctors' offices and a clinic and a pharmacy. These are all smaller units located closer to the subject. Rents range from $9 to $13. So also, if one considers economy of scale, a bigger site, lower rent, these would indicate that the subject should be lower than the $13 top rate at 1750 Pembina. Next, skipping down to 1555 St. James, middle of the page. This is a multi-use complex, and it's comprised of 2 buildings. One is predominantly office, the other is office warehouse. We have used the office rents between $9 and $10.50. That's in the office building. Premium construction, good location, and a large complex, but on the with smaller units made for it. 614 Desmiron is actually a community center as well. This is in Real Enterprises building, which was used during the Pan Am Games. One of the basement had one of the venues for sports, but it's an office. And I'm just trying to remember, this was right now the the French Court of King's Bench is headquartered in this building, and this is the space that they took. And at the time, it was occupied by health services, and it was a short-term lease at $601 a square foot. And these are clients of mine, so I'm very, very familiar with this. It was operating as a variety of different clinic uses on the main floor. Just trying to remember it, as you walk in the door, it was straight in, but it's now a different use. Then some other suburban offices. I noted 1558 Wilson, which is on your docket for later today. These were rents. I don't have the precise dates on these. These are a bit older. They were 1050, large space converted from a warehouse to an office. And then 1100 Waverly, which is 2/3 of the way down. This is a complex that was mixed use again, offices and industrial. And after Hydro, who occupied almost all of the space, it was 140,000 feet. After they vacated, the ownership took and demised it into smaller spaces. Now, the one, I just trying to remember, yes, the space of 18,000 feet at $11 is an architectural firm, and that's the Superior Office, $11, 18,000 feet, prime location. And the other one is an internal office further in the complex, so the rent is a bit lower at $875. I believe that one is the community office for is it Norbury? I've forgotten. Sorry, I'm just doing all this from memory. Moving down the list, the last one to look at is 895 Waverly. This is a building that has office, and the rear tenant has I'm always get this. I'm trying to remember this one. 895. Yes, there is a rear tenant who has some warehouse space. This is the front tenant, and this is pure office. January 2016, $12.50 a foot. So this is what the market is paying in and around Winnipeg. Oh, I missed the other 850 Pembina, which was another deal. I mentioned there were 3 large tenants, each having about 15,000 feet. And that one's at 1352. So all of these would be considered premium office. The next pages are taken from evidence presented to the municipal board, and really all we're trying to highlight here is the concept of what you do with the lease if you don't believe that it's right. Now, in this particular case, the assessor felt that the paid rent of $10 was too low, and determined that it should be applied at $13, which is the market rent. In his mind, the fee simple rent. Firstly, the Act doesn't care, it doesn't mention fee simple, it says market value. But the point we're making here is that swinging for fee simple is a double-edged sword. If you've got what you think is a rent that's too low and it should go higher, then there are rents that are obsolete, such as the subject, which were signed for the wrong reasons, which are too high, and you have to treat them as lower in the market. Now, in this particular case, we've provided the reasoning why that has happened, and the issue here was to show that how getting stuck on a one-way street for value is a mistake. We've had a decline in our market here from mostly COVID related. We have not had an upswing, and that changes things downwards. Then now this vacancy rate for downtown buildings wasn't something that we were going to present. What we did look at was page 11. This is the Johnson report. And this is vacancy rates for office in the suburbs and downtown. And you see that the overall is 9.9 at the bottom and the overall suburban is 7. Now there's a medical category there at 4.8. We don't put a ton of weight on that. I actually have the Johnson report right here in front of me. The issue with the medical is that the inventory is so low, and it does state it here, yes, 651,000 square feet of medical in a market that has 18 million square feet. So the problem with the medical is the statistics are too low on that. So if we, by going back at our workup, what we ended up looking at was just the overall rates between office and downtown. And it is appropriate because if there was one characteristic that you could label office movement in the years preceding April 1st, 2021 was migration. More office left downtown and went to the suburbs, but they didn't look for investment properties to rent in, they purchased, which brings me to my next point. So anyway, that was our vacancy rate of 8.45. That's how we arrived at it. The next point being on page 42. This is a printout from a search engine called Sabre, which is a joint effort by the Appraisal Institute and the Assessment Department and the Realtors Association. So we can go in there and track every sale. So I simply instructed it, I wanted everything under the heading of office for the period in question that's shown there. And then we looked at all of them. There are no investment sales in the suburbs at all. This is what's sold. There was one potential investment, one downtown, but it's questionable. And that's the second one at 379 Broadway. We knew these weren't investment sales because our company was involved in most of these sales. Nothing sold. So there is no cap rate. You don't make up a cap rate when something doesn't sell and extend it, because we had a major influence on market value, which is COVID. So you've got to be thinking a bit differently on this. And then while I'm down on that page, the last 2 pages are our study of, oh good, I got the updated one. The study of non-recoverables. These are properties all managed by Colliers. They're a combination of office, retail, and industrial. The line on their statements indicates what the non-recoverables were in each of these years. The average was 9.81%. The median was 7%. Now, offices will have ups and downs, and some years high, some years low. And a great office example to look at is 200 Portage. There's 4 years in there. They went from 0.56% when Bank of Nova Scotia was in there, and then the Bank of Nova Scotia vacated, and over a few years, and the non-recoverables jumped to 33%, and this is typical. So the non-recoverable rate to use in this case isn't 0%, it isn't 33%. One would just look at, and there's a typo in the order. Oh no, there isn't. Sorry, by December of 21, which is post-reference, G3 had moved in and occupied the rest of the vacant space. So it dropped back down to 1%. If you were looking at this on a 4-year window, you're essentially looking at non-recoverables of about 17%. Now the allowance is 5 plus 2 at 7%. And that's how real offices work. Offices tend to have much higher non-recoverables than most properties because they're more expensive to maintain. Now, our shortfall differs from the subject, from the assessors. Normally, it would be higher, but the major component of any shortfall are the taxes. So you'll note that the assessor has $8 a square foot, and we had $5.47. That's because it's school tax exempt. I think hypothetically that's wrong, because if it did go vacant, it'd be taxed at the full rate. But I'm not going to change it because this is what we presented. That ends up with an NOI of $323,777 capped, and the cap rate was on a variety of issues. On page 2, we start with the premium cap rate for the best building, and this is based on our Colliers model. Earlier, I really objected to the assessor discussing the cap rate model, because we have sent the assessor a letter and said, if you don't know anything about it, don't talk about it. It's not just meant to be put out and people can glibly refer to it. There's more to it that's required. The primary issue is how we're ending up trying to take our cap rates and the few that are observed and turn them into a credible advice for anyone. On page 35, you can see suburban office in there is no Class A in Winnipeg. Class B is 6 to 6.75%. And so the definition for Class B is on the next page, 17. Suburban B, outside of the CBD, offering average to good quality construction amenities, appearing to similar to mid-sized tenants seeking peripheral locations, and discounted rent rates. Rather interesting. Now, the subject would not be considered a B in its current state. It would take some money to turn it into that, because it was fit out as a clinic, and there would be a few $1 million required to do it. So we are looking at higher than the 6.75% in the market would. The method that these were stabilized with was shown on page 34, which is to look at when you have a scarcity of direct sales to do your caps, you start to go back to the old method that appraisers were taught decades ago, which is a band of investment, mortgage equity. What's the split between interest rates and cap rates? And here in the chart, it's showing you that, and this is a Canadian publication, so this is all across Canada. Pretty much, they're looking at a 4-point spread on the bond yield to the cap rate, and the other markers on it are shown on page. There were another number of factors. Page 39, 40, 41. What we now do is rationalize and try to make sanity out of cap rates. There's no such thing as a cap rate that's so low you can't pay your mortgage. And we don't advise people to buy buildings that can't pay the mortgage. We get involved where the buildings will be profitable, and anything below those standards is not reasonable. So going back to page 2, we looked at that 6% and looked at the variances from the norm. And first of all, our Colliers cap rate was created slightly different in that it's a cap rate for a purchaser, which includes land transfer taxes and commissions. That's not how you do a cap rate for appraisal, so that was changed. It's a small adjustment. A 6 becomes a 6.15% on that basis. Second issue was location. Large suburban office. There is such a low demand for large suburban office. The small office is very popular, but when we look around at all the larger complexes in the city, we see them having issues with retaining tenants, and there's just not a demand. If you're in the suburbs, you're either a small-time user or you want to own the building. That's the truth of our market. The next was the design and layout. Being a build to suit for a clinic setup is certainly not conducive to alternate uses. There'd be money needed to convert it. Those matters also go to quality and condition in terms of the existing existing quality is just not conducive, and you're going to have to make changes in it to reuse it. income growth potential, tenant strength, income stability were major issues, and these are all income based. And because it is under lease by the province, and because their directives are political motivation rather than real estate, and healthcare is the most, any service offered by the government is the most fluctuation. These are deemed to be bigger risks. The covenant of a government lease is no longer pertinent, especially in the healthcare world. And there have been, the government has made several statements about canceling leases that the prior one did. So no investor in their right mind is going to say this is a good investment. So 7.25% was our final decision. And I know we're not supposed to comment on what's been done, but other boards have applied 7.25%. And I don't know if Mr. Mercury has anything to add.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you to both parties. Ms. Shable, first we'll deal with questions on the brief presented, then we'll proceed to your rebuttal. Do you have any questions of the applicants?
Yes, please. You use 13,528 square feet. Do you have support evidence for this data? Could you check lease and provide to us correct information?
No, there was a change on the lease to the actual, and let me just look at this. Pretty sure I know where this came from. Just give me a minute.
You have lease open in front of you.
Yeah, yes, but that was a build to suit lease.
And keep it open because it showed square footage.
No, it was
for lease.
Let me finish. The lease was written in 2004 with changes to occur at a later date.
And December 1st, 2006, lease for 25 years. How much square footage showed your lease?
We got this number from the city of Winnipeg in 2016.
So it's no evidence to support your square footage, correct?
No, when the city presented this property in 2016 for the hearing, this is the number they used. They had an adjusted number. Now it appears to have changed back. I don't think it's a major issue. We can easily, I don't have a problem agreeing with that and changing our number.
But just for records, how much square foot leasable area showed lease? You have possession of.
I worked for the tenant, not the landlord, and I relied on the city information from 2016. Now I note that the landlord is saying a different number, the city is saying a different number. It's an adjustment we're glad to make if the parties have remeasured, and it could have been a difference between BOMA 1 and BOMA 2. I don't know.
Question stay, how much square footage lease showed?
The lease was estimated at the time. It hadn't been built. It was to be set. You have information on what the lease says?
Ms. Shable, I think Mr. Neufeld has said that he does agree. He's got no problem agreeing with an addition of 1,110 square feet. Would that be fair, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, that's. I'm just giving you, rewriting the number for you.
Can I proceed?
Do you want the new number now?
Not
Are
yet.
you recalculating your potential rent, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind providing us with adjusted NOI, please.
Okay, I've added the 1,100 square feet, and then the net income increases to 411,294. The NOI increases to 335,739. And the value increases to 4,630,884, 4,630,884, or rounded to 4,631,000.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Shable?
Yes, let's open page 3 of agent brief and going through his comparables. What comparables industrial is here, and we have to avoid them. Would you agree that industrial comparables doesn't represent a market of suburban medical office, correct?
I stated in the presentation which ones we were relying on. Some of these industrials are mixed use office warehouse, but we didn't rely on them other than stated.
Okay, let's go through them. I did my rebuttal, showed that 5 location, it's industrial. Let's select them.
Okay, Ms. Shable, you haven't presented your rebuttal, so let's just deal with questions right now, please.
Okay, I will be showed support evidence that 845 industrial, 1555 St. James industrial, 851 La Gemadier industrial, 1333 Nikwa industrial, 1100 Waverley industrial. So
Okay.
it doesn't support market evidence
No,
of suburban
but
medical office.
Ms. Shable, Mr. Neufeld stated he wasn't relying on those. This is a form that he presents on different property types in appeal. So he did go through the ones that were relevant in his opinion to coming up with the assessment value on the property.
I will just try to eliminate extra information to go straight to the real comparables.
Okay.
You can see that 123 Bannatyne, we have suburban office. Downtown offices doesn't support subject rent, correct?
It wasn't relied on.
Okay, let's eliminate 123 Bannatyne downtown office, 54 Arthur downtown office, 70 Arthur downtown office, 330 St. Mary downtown office. So let's look specific subject property, 850 Pembina. You can see that lease in 2000, your first comparables for 4,511 square feet was leased in 2018 at $17, correct?
Yes.
And if you didn't adjust your comparables to reference 2021, it's 3 years of adjustment, correct?
No, that's not the matter at hand for that particular lease. There's individual issues. What this one was is a relocation, so they had to pay to move somebody else out. This tenant wanted a particular space, and he agreed to incur the penalty for moving the other party. It's not the cleanest deal because there were some additional expenses incurred in it. Wouldn't put the greatest weight on that particular one. The next two, the other three I quoted, the larger spaces were clean deals, 12, 15, and 13.
And can we open my rebuttal for this property I just sent recently?
No. Are you finished questioning the assessor?
Okay, I can say that 815 Pembina, I support evidence, 15,000 square feet, rent and $17.92. It's in my rebuttal.
Okay,
So-
leave the rebuttal, please. Just ask
Okay.
questions on the evidence presented by the applicant.
You did stand that step up subject property lease $17.25, correct?
Yeah, I think, yes, I think that was the number, yes.
So your comparable 850 Pembina at $17.92 per square foot, very well supported existing lease, correct?
No, there were different factors.
Let's keep going. 7050 Main Street. It's a special medical office on Main Street, correct?
Pardon me? I didn't catch that one.
1750 Main Street. It's medical office.
Yes, that's correct.
And it doesn't have a high square footage. It's around 2,000 square feet only, all leases.
Yeah, there are, I believe, 8 tenants in the building.
So it doesn't support evidence for 30,000 square feet of subject lease, correct?
What it would do is indicate that on an economy of scale, the number would be below the $13 for comparable use space.
Let's go to comparables. So list it's going 845 industrial, 1555 industrial.
Oh, and 55 is not industrial. That's off.
1555 industrial properties on St. James. I have my support evidence.
Yeah, I said in my testimony that it's 2 buildings. One is pure office, the other is office industrial. My understanding is that these were office leases.
614 Desmaral, 605 Desmaral, it represents San Boniface and Provincia Marian. It's in San Boniface area, doesn't represent the subject property location, correct?
Well, no, that's not correct, because I noticed that you used 170 Goulet in yours, which is in St. Boniface. What's the difference?
But it's a similar lease like subject property, and
No,
it's
it
big
was.
square footage.
What is interesting about 614 Desmiron is that it's a community service building, just like the subject, and it has the same style of tenancy as the subject. I think it's a very pertinent example of a community service building. Probably one of the strongest comps.
851 Lajimadir Industrial, 13333 Nyakva Industrial, 215 Gary Street Downtown. We came across 1558 Wilson. You state $10.50. My evidence showed $15.25. How you can explain it?
What evidence?
Now, Ms. Shable, if that's in your rebuttal, let's deal with it then. Mr. Neufeld can't answer to your evidence right now, please. You're asking him questions on his evidence.
Yes, and I have support evidence to support my
Okay,
statement.
if you want to present that in your rebuttal, fine. Please move on. Mr. Neufeld he's gone through this list and highlighted the leases that he thinks are relevant to the subject property. There's no sense in nitpicking the irrelevant ones here. If you've got anything else, just stick to the ones that he presented, please.
Okay, keep going. On page number 1, you showed 8.45% vacancy. Do you have support evidence to provide your number?
Yes, the Johnson report. I believe the city is a subscriber to it. I have it in front of me. It's comprised of 20 pages listing every office in the city and what their vacancy was and calculations. I can go through any one you want.
Let's open page 11 of your brief. Everyone there, it's a June 2021 office space inventory had leases vacancy, correct?
Yeah.
Let's look at suburban office medical. Medical suburban 4.8%, correct?
1 second. No, it's not correct. The problem with the medical percentage is it's twofold, as I mentioned earlier. One is that it's a small sample size, and then the second one I forgot to mention is that there's a lot of owner operators in here that are driving up the vacancy rate, and we don't recognize an owner operator as being driving a vacancy. And I'm just reading a whole bunch of them, such as 1100 Concordia, which is hip and knee, is declaring a vacancy, but it's not one that's a market-based one. And a couple of the others on there. So I noticed that of all the buildings listed here, there are about 5 that appear to be, 8, 10 that appear to be investment grade out of the records of 44, and that's just not adequate for 343 Taché is on here. It's owner occupied clinic. That's just not adequate for proper analysis.
So your on page 11, your medical 651,219 square feet of leasable area. It's not big enough for you, yeah? It's
No,
was showed vacancy 4.8%. It's much less what you asking, correct?
No, like for example, in this list, since you asked me, there's a property I used as a rent comparable, 1750 Main Street. So they are an investment property, and they represent one of the biggest vacancies in the whole section, 5,300 square feet vacant on 13,400 rentable. And the rest of the buildings that are owner occupied are showing nothing because they just don't report. They don't bother with this statistical analysis. So then there is another investment grade one, 400 Taché across from St. B, 3,000 square feet vacant on 40,000 square feet rentable. So there's a 7.5%. So when we actually have an investment grade property, they're high. Lorimer, which is in a medical building.
Mr. Neufeld, I think you've answered the question sufficiently. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's open page number 10. Vacancy rate for Class C downtown offices. It's not relevant for suburban medical office, correct? We can cross this number.
I mentioned we weren't relying on this earlier.
So keep going. Your page 44 of your brief. Colliers Management Expenses Study. It's effective April 17, 2022. It's post-reference and should be omitted from your evidence, correct?
No. There were a few in here that were post-reference. Just see, I think there was one I mentioned earlier for 200 Portage. That was post-reference. Take out the 1%, the number goes up. Here's one from June of 20. You can take that out, 2.68%, and the number keeps climbing. 1215 Border, 20 December. Oh no, that's in. Never mind. I can't remember my calendar. No, actually, sorry, take that all back. There's only one that's post-reference. That's the 200 Portage of December 21, and that was an illustration to show how things go up and down. Take that out, the average goes up.
According to Colliers International Cap Rate Study, suburban office on my page 7 from 6 to 6.75, and you want like more higher. How you can explain it?
Well, okay, at the risk of repeating myself, very simple. Colliers Cap Rate Study, firstly, is a tool for marketing. Second, it's created for a specific class, and it's created differently. And on page 35 is a more detailed summary of it, and page 36 show the definitions. We do not do cap rates on specialized buildings. This never would have been included in it. And we do things differently. And I spend a lot of time explaining this over and over again, and I'm sure the boards are very tired of hearing it. But you ask a question, you're getting an answer. We calculate these differently. To begin with, we include closing costs.
Mr. Neufeld, I think you've I think you've covered it already. I think it's considered answered. Ms. Schabel, can you move on, please?
I was waiting for you to say that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Diane, any questions of the applicant?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I do have two, and I'll try to make them quick. And I think the first one, maybe Mr. Mercury might be better answered for this, but maybe Mr. Neufeld also. Okay, you presented those preliminary issue, and I'm not sure how much weight you're putting on them, Mr. Neufeld, in implying your rental rate. Sorry, I've lost the page here.
Are you talking about those board?
Yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, I was just trying to find out if I could have put it in one paragraph, I would have.
Okay.
It's simply to say that the concept of ignoring a paid rent needs reasons for it. You simply just don't do it because you'd like to do it. We got reasons for it.
So would it be fair that presentations in that preliminary hearings are done by both parties without prejudice?
This is totally with prejudice. This was submitted for an actual municipal board and entered as into evidence.
Oh, I thought it was a pre-hearing.
No. This was actual evidence. And the hearing is actually stated on page 4, and it's marked preliminary issues because this is the assessor's submission for a preliminary issue at the hearing.
Okay.
On this day.
That explains that. Thank you. My second question is, it's the
waiting
cap
for decision on it.
Yeah, the cap rate that we're excuse me, yeah, that would be my third question. But anyway, the cap rate you've applied when you've got and I'm thinking, is it 25 to 35 year lease on the building?
Right.
Is that, how do you reconcile that a long-term lease? Is that beneficial to the property if it were to go on market? And would that affect lowering the cap rate?
Yeah, to a degree. And there's two couple ways issues involved. Number one is the strength of the covenant. So if it was my name on the head lease, they'd go, what? That thing's tied up for that guy. He can't afford to pay it. The bad thing. The government generally, yes, it's a good thing because it's stable income over the term. However, one of the issues we've noted and I'm only presenting this verbally is our premier said he's going to tear up these leases. He says they were made badly. Now I got no opinion on what he does.
Yeah,
I'm just looking as an investor saying I would like to buy this property with this income. Oh, by the way, the premier said I'm going to tear up the lease. That's not good. Okay,
but to confirm, the current property owner does have leases in place and they'd have legal remedies if that were to occur.
Well, Mr. Mercury's going to answer that question.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious.
So yeah, I can speak to that. And in fact, I had a second rebuttal document I can submit in the next hearing, but you have to be careful when you have government leases or Crown Corp leases in place. They are the owner does not necessarily have legal remedies. In fact, there was a recent case where it was a child welfare agency that leased premises in the city of Winnipeg, and the province of Manitoba determined that in fact it was a very bad deal for the government and tried to negotiate something with the owner. It was unsuccessful. Passed legislation essentially terminating the lease immediately, which was supported by the NDP government as well. And the lease came to an end. So the government ultimately has the power, and that was a long-term lease, not unlike the present in the case where it was government services being provided. It was deemed by government to be a bad deal, or just didn't suit their needs anymore, and they terminated it. So I guess the message to business owners is that when you enter into a lease with government, it is not the same as entering into a lease with private parties. The lease does not always necessarily govern. So,
okay, thanks, Mr. Mercury. Thank you for that. Ms. Schabel, I think that that's my last question.
Robert, it's Michelle. Just in line with that, Mr. Mercury, that decision that you just talked about, is that being appealed at a higher level, or is it a done deal
Yeah, what happened there, it's a good question. What happened was the owner, obviously, as you might imagine, was not happy with that decision. There was a number of articles on it, and actually brought a lawsuit against the government seeking damages. And it's a matter of public record, but the landowner's claim was actually summarily dismissed by the court. And essentially the judge ruled that the government had the power, legislative power, to do what they did. So that's where so as far as I understand, the matter is at an end. Whether that decision was appealed to the Court of Appeal, I don't know. But that is the decision from the court.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Mr. Neufeld, my last question. I believe you mentioned there's a pending municipal board on this property. Or actually, you're waiting for a decision. Would that be?
No. That was on the
example.
The example. That was the one where we've been waiting for years to see what they ended up saying on it.
Okay.
No, I don't think there's anything pending at all on this. Interesting, in 2016, this property went to consent judgment on the matter of the school tax exemption. It was a lead case, but that matter's all been resolved.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Schabel, I believe we've got some rebuttal evidence, and we can just find that. And I think from previously opening it in error, it was submission of income and expense statements from. Anyway, go ahead. But if you could just summarize, please, what the rebuttal is.
My rebuttal showed that 8045 Rajamadier, 8051 Rajamadier, 1100 Waverley, 1555 St. James, and 1333 Nequa Road. It's industrial property and doesn't support market evidence for suburban medial office. Also, I did provide another rebuttal for 850 Pembina to support $17.92 per square foot for 15,000 square feet. It's much higher than the agent present to us. And 1558 Wilson. Where is it? Wilson income expense mailer showed that they have a lease for 16,000 and 24,000 at $15.25, much higher than that reported that agent evidence. Should we open them? Okay. Let's open 1558 Wilson.
Ms. Schabel, could you stop?
Yeah.
Mr. Neufeld, I don't know if you had time to review these submitted, but are these what do I call them, the relevant leases that you're using, or are we going off track here, going into industrial and that kind of thing from your chart submitted? You're muted, Mr. Neufeld.
Lucky you. The two, Wilson, I wasn't putting a great deal of weight, as you recall, as I was mentioning it. My data was old, but 850 Pembina was one worth looking at, and it's how do I say this? There's a lot of problems with the property, and if the assessor wants to go ahead and I'll question and explain why we put in what we did, that's fine.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Shable, I was just trying to stay on point here with the actual evidence put on the evidence presented. Go ahead, please.
Can we open, please, evidence 1558 Wilson?
Diane, Michelle, are you there?
Just trying to find it.
Yeah, bear with us, please.
Yeah.
Ms. Shable.
I just recently sent it.
So what is it got a name of the building, the owner? I can't see the address. I see 1000 Waverly and
Okay, 1100.
870 Pembina. I see an 850 Pembina. 850 Pembina is page 1 of 3. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's
With Samaral Inc. and B&L Homes or something like that?
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Neufeld, do you have them in front of you?
I do.
Thank you.
Let's go on second page. It's we can see 870 Pembina Highway has lease for 14,317 square feet at $17 per square foot. Everyone can see. Lease started in 2000.
Ms. Shable, I'm going to stop you there. Mr. Neufeld, should we deal with your comments as we go through them?
It's your call. This is a general comment on the whole building. We can do it now or do it later. It doesn't matter.
No, do it now. We're fresh in our mind. We got the document.
Okay, so I wasn't paying attention. I was reading something else.
Okay.
What was the question?
Your comments on Ms. Shable coming up with a different lease rate on, was it
870 Pembina Highway.
870 Pembina Highway?
Okay, and there's 4 tenants here. Which one was it?
Page number 2.
Which tenant is it?
It's units 200, 202.
Okay, well, this refers to all of them. You'll note that when you look at the first tenant at 4,511 square feet, they're now marked at $12, and we had it at 17. And there's some that are at, we had marked at 12 that are now at 15, and one marked at 15 that's now 17. Overall, what happened in this building, as I mentioned, that ICE wanted to move, and they paid a premium up front for the move, and we reported that for the move. Later on, it was reduced to the $12. The rest of the tenants got moved to semi-gross leases because this property is been impacted by an expropriation up front, and the whole yard was torn up, and now the road drive goes right in front of their offices, and the expropriation has not been settled. So these are rent reliefs, and I'm reading the statement while I'm looking at the rent roll, and the statement has a tremendous non-recoverable on these. So it's a discount to keep the tenants in place, and we calculated it on the semi-gross basis because we do have the statements. Our mistake was ICE. I used the older one. It should be 12, not 17 on the 4,500 feet, but the rest are all, as I said, semi-gross. And Mr. Mercury is also involved in this on the expropriation side. And I don't know if we need to speak to the problems that the landlord has had to retain tenancy in the building while the expropriation has been going on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neufeld.
Semi-gross, we calculated downwards.
Okay, Ms. Shable, can you move on to the next rebuttal of?
No, I stay on same rebuttal. Page number 2. Agent showed third line $13. This evidence showed $17 for 14,317 square feet. Lease started in 2008, was renewal 10 years late in 2018 at $17. We're going on page number 3 of my evidence. Another lease for 819 Pembina for 15,000 square feet. Original was in 2005, 15 years after renewal in 2020 for 15,000 square feet and $17.92. It's support, it showed that subject existing lease at $17.25, it's market rent. Let's open my another
Are we doing
evidence.
these, sorry, are we doing these one at a time?
Okay, comments, any comments?
The first one brought up for the 15,090 is B&L Homes. That lease has never been enacted. That's shown on the rent roll. I don't know how to say this, and maybe Mr. Mercury can explain what happened to B&L, but things changed.
Okay.
We used the lease that was negotiated in good faith 5 years previously. This one doesn't exist.
Okay. Which one next, Ms. Shable?
I still stay on 819 Pembina lease renewal in 2020 at $15,000 and $17.92. Now we're going to another property, 1558 Wilson.
No, Mr. Neufeld, any comment on that 1792 that you just referred to?
Which one is that?
Page 3 of my rebuttal.
So this is Association of Professional Engineers.
Page 3 of my rebuttal, 819 Pembina Highway.
890. Oh, okay, so that's College of Registered Nurses. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the right one. So this is the property. You'll notice something on there on the property taxes, how they actually changed. They dropped from 183 to 138, and the actual tax load is $4 a foot, the semi-gross lease. We know because we have the statements, we manage it. I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but it takes a lot more than just reading a rent roll and assuming it's right.
Okay.
It's assuming it's net lease. It is right.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, next one.
This is net lease because they showed occupation cost and tax pay. It's a clean net lease. Let's go to 1558 Wilson. Agent states that they have two leases at $10.50.
Sorry, where's 1558 Wilson? It's not on this 3 pages here?
No, it's a separate document I just recently submitted.
Sorry.
Because by elimination, we could pay attention for 850 Pembina, 1558 Wilson to support market evidence by elimination together. 1558 Waverly Street.
Diane, do you have the document? Sorry, Ms. Shable.
No, sorry, I see LMS properties for Gary. I see Sheet Quest Limited, and I see the income and expense report for 3869254 Manitoba. So I don't see an address. So which one are we talking about?
And we're talking 100 Waverly Street. It's 1558 Wilson. It's same address.
100 Waverly Street. Okay, on the 2-page document now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We can see.
Michelle, are you, sorry, Ms. Shable. Michelle, are you there?
Yeah, I got it now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, Ms. Shable, proceed, please.
First units, 16,317 square feet, rent at $15.25 in 2018, units 100, and units 110D, it's for 24,825 square feet, lease it's $15, size 2018.
Mr. Neufeld, any comment?
Well, firstly, top right corner, this is a rent roll effective May 3rd, 2021, which is post-reference. So I know some of these were impacted by step-ups. Our information, admittedly, I told you earlier, was dated. Accurate technology is 1240, and let's see, we had it at okay, they weren't in the building at the time. Dylan in the post reference is 15, and when it was set up, For step ups, it was 1050. So that my information is limited. I think we're representing the start of the lease, and the assessor's giving you a post-reference step up.
Okay, thank you.
Please look on this page 1. By floor units as of 31st December 2020 reported. It's 2020
Ms.
whole
Shable,
years.
bear with us 1 second until we find the document, please.
It's same document.
Diane, do you have it?
Yes.
Same document? Okay.
It's as of
Got it.
31st December 2020. They reported around 60,000 square feet lease at $15.25 and around 25,000 square feet lease at $15 in 2018. We have to upward adjustment for 2021, 3 years time adjustment needed.
Okay,
No further questions.
Mr. Neufeld?
I got 10 experts in the room who work with the software. We can drag one of them in to testify. This is the way these are created. This is a post-reference rent roll. The software isn't as sophisticated as the assessor may imagine. I don't know for sure what these numbers are. I appreciate that there were step ups. It's weak all around, both on my part and the assessor's part.
Okay, thank you.
It was a full 2020 years reported to us.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Shable?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, I think you've commented individually on each rebuttal point. Any comments in general on it? I think you've made your case clear here, but.
Well, no, I mean, essentially, there was, I noted that there were 2 challenges of interest, one on 850 Pembina and the other on 1558 Wilson. And I think with the Wilson, we're dealing with a perspective on which date it is. And again, it's weak on both parties. We admitted that in the beginning. For 850, it's a misreading by the assessor of a rent roll. Statements should have been included. We manage it. Mr. Mercury and I have worked on that property for far too long to not be considered quite knowledgeable about it. There are a lot more rents out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, any questions of the rebuttal evidence presented?
No, thank you. No questions.
Diane, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Does either party require a summary on
Yes,
this?
please.
Okay. I'll let Ms. Shable go first, please.
My job to analyze in market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of value is supported by rent comparables that are very similar to subject property and tenants, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. The agent has relied on rent comparables that were a different market, industrial, downtown offices, and 2 comparables specific suggest subject property between $15.25 and $17.92 that very well supported our model generated $16.66. Based on evidence in my analysis, the 2021 assessment is $7,056,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Do the applicants have any summary required?
Just very, very briefly, Mr. Chairman, don't intend to repeat anything Mr. Neufeld said. I think I just want a high-level comment on in terms of the rent comparables. With the greatest respect to the assessor's position, she has not found comparable properties and undertaken a typical market analysis. What she has done is went down and found other buildings that the same tenant is occupying and is paying lease rates for on a built-to-suit situation. That is not a typical market transaction. These are in buildings that are all over the city. and with a government entity, essentially. The test for this board is to look at market value. If this building became vacant, what would it sell for and what lease rates it could attract? The evidence submitted by the assessor does not assist the board in my submission. With respect to the discussion on contract versus market rent, I think what Mr. Neufeld was intending to convey by putting the material before you was that the test here is, of course, market rent, not contract rent. In many cases, contract rent will be very good evidence of value. This is not one of them. So you have to look very, very carefully at what is being reported. And the assessor, the assessment department themselves have recognized and have, in many, many cases that we've been involved in, departed from contract rent. And they look at the overall market. And that's what the function of this board is to do. So with that, that would conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. That concludes item number 1845 Regent Avenue West. And we are going to recess for 10 minutes. Ms. Carnegie, can you please, I have some items that I have to discuss with you in camera. So can you remove all the other parties, please?
We are live.
Thank you, Belen. I will now call the hearing back to order. We've got all parties here. Yes. Next property on the docket is item number 2, file number 22-2779. It's 845 Regent Avenue West, and we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Notice. Ms. Schabel, I would require you to read the property in for the record. I note that the brief presented by you duplicates the one that we just dealt with. Is that correct? Ms. Schabel?
No, it's separate brief. 975 Henderson. We was talking about 845 Regent Avenue.
We still have to deal with number 2. It's a separate appeal, separate file number. So for the record, we have to introduce it.
It was appealed by Altus, and they give turn to Colliers to represent it.
Okay, but it's a separate file number. We have
Yes, it's correct. Yeah, separate numbers.
Okay.
Okay, I can read it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I want is for you to enter it for the record with the roll number, file number, etc., and make a statement about the brief that you're presenting should be carried forward from the previous property. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay, would you mind doing that, please?
File number 22-2779, roll number 0901 0318300, address 845 Regent Avenue West. It was represented previous under file 223633, appellant Colliers.
Okay, please read in the value for the record, please.
We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $7,056,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed.
Thank you. Can you please state that the evidence is presented in your brief and the questions related to it and the rebuttal be carried forward from the previous property or same property, different file number?
Correct. This file 222779 was presented, all same evidence in 226333 files.
Thank you.
And
thank you. Mr. Neufeld, would you mind kind of repeating the same thing for us, please, if that's relevant?
Okay, so just to clarify, though, that we have this roll has an access center and a McDonald's on it, right? So what we are intending to do is that Colliers is dealing with the medical portion and Altus is eating hamburgers.
I think Rocky, this is still our secondary appeal on 850 Regent, though, before they get to 975
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes, okay, it's 845 Regent.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with everything.
Okay, can you state it for the record, please?
For the record, I agree with everything that was said before.
Okay, so Mr. Neufeld is stating that this is a different file number, same address. This was filed by Altus Group, and that he's carrying forward the presentation, evidence presented from the previous hearing, and questions and answers and information should be carried forward. Was that accurate, Mr. Neufeld, Rocky? Okay, I'm trying to lip read you there.
I'm making coffee and making a lot of noise. Yes, it is true. I agree with it. And the representative from Altus would also, I suppose, need his say in this. Thank you.
Mr. Slaughter, agreed?
Agreed. We're just deferring to Collier's evidence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, does the panel have any questions from either for the assessor first? Michelle?
No questions, thank you.
Diane?
No questions, thank
I have
you.
no questions. Does the panel have any questions for the applicants? Michelle?
No, thank you.
Okay, and Diane, no questions, and I have
No,
no
thank you.
questions. Okay, that concludes file number 22-2779, 845 Regent Avenue West. Next item on the docket is item number 3. And Mr. Neufeld, you are representing or presenting for Mr. Slaughter, is that right?
Yes, it is the Altus's appeal, and we are acting solely for the health authority on that portion of the property, and confining herself to that only. So I'll leave it up to the board how you're going to proceed with that. I do want to let you know that I'm supposed to be in another room for some land hearings, so we'd like to go first.
Okay. Okay, so we're dealing with item number 3, file number 22-2597, address 975 Henderson Highway, and a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. And if I understand correctly, Mr. Neufeld, you would like to proceed first with your brief?
Well, after the assessor, of course.
Oh, okay, okay, sorry. All right. Misunderstood you there. Okay, Miss Shable, let's get your brief up. And we're starting with 975 Henderson Highway. When you're ready, Miss Shable.
File number 22-2597, roll number 0203023710. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property of April 1st, 2021 is $12,909,000. In that, the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property, it's a office type of property, suited on land area of 121,472 square feet. Total leasable area 44,259 square feet. On page number 2, presented subject property leases. First lease for McDonald's with leasable area 4,000 square feet. A lease started in 2002. It will be ended 20 years after 2022 for net rent $18.75. Gross lease $13.32. Assess Winnipeg Regional Health Authority second lease for 39,575 square feet was signed in 2003 for 20 years at $15.52 and $21.46 gross net rent. On second page, subject property picture. We can see that subject property located northeast of the city of Winnipeg. On page 3 and 4, more air photo street view. You can see that McDonald's on page number 4 was under fire, rebuilt 2016. On page number 5, I did posted permit, some ended 2015 December, permit to rebuild McDonald's restaurant damaged by fire. It was recorded 1.5 million total project value to rebuild. On page number 6, let's look market estimation, income estimation from restaurant. I did presented 4 comparables, similar like subject property restaurant. It's on 679 Henderson, Region, Nairn, and Henderson. Let's look on photos posted to the end. Let's check. Restaurant will start from page 22. Everyone with me?
Mhm.
Not quite yet. Page 22, is that right?
Correct. 22.
Yes, please.
Restaurant rent comparables. First, 679 Henderson Highway, built in 1995, tenants KFC, Taco Bell. Lease started in 2016 until 2023 at 2,581 square feet at $33.53. On page 23, another lease, restaurant lease for 1651 Regent Avenue West, built in 1992, KFC. Lease started in March 2018 for 2,673 square feet at $33.65. Another lease on page 24 of 854 Nairn Avenue, built in 2019, it's Tim Hortons. Lease started in 2018 until 2023 at 4,196 square feet at $34.02. Page 25, 1439 Henderson Highway, built in 2010, lease started ended 2019, prior to 19 for 10 years. Leasable area 2,261 square feet at $41.40. Let's go back to my summary page. On page number 6, you can see that restaurant on Henderson region and Nairn Avenue lease average or mean $35.65, in media $33.83. We did assess a restaurant portion of the subject property of 5,259 square feet at $27.48. We did apply vacancy loss of 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, in capitalization rate 5.8%, give us estimate value of restaurant portion $2,228,000. On page number 7, it's same like previous. Winnipeg Regional Health Authority occupied this building on 39,000 square feet. I did presented same set of comparables on page number 7 on Goulet, Pembina, Booth, Kivatin. We can look on them. We're going straight to page 18. 170 Goulet, built in 2016. Same tenants, Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. Lease started in April 1st, 2021, like our reference date for 5 years, at 50,865 square feet at $19.79. Another comparables of 1890 Pembina. Lease started in 2016 for 25 years at 51,357 square feet at $18.65 per square foot. Another comparable to 80 Booth. Lease started in 2015 for 30 years. Leasable area is 38,236 square feet at $20.50. On page 21, last comparables, 785 Kivatin Street. Lease started in 2012 for 25 years at, for 26,994 square feet at $21.44. Let's go back to my summary sheet on page number 7. My 4 comparables between 27,000 square feet to 58,000 square feet, rent average $20.10 and median $20.15. We did assess this portion of building at 39,000 square feet at $20. $0.50. We did apply 6% vacancy loss, expenses 3%, shortfall, $8 per square foot, a capitalization rate for this portion of estimation, 6.65%, give us 10,000, estimate value 10,681,000. On page number 8, income summary, you can see that we assess altogether at that estimate market value of subject property as April 1st, 2021, $12,909,000. And that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, I assume, is going to ask questions.
Well, I'm going to ask just as it pertains to the health part, and then turn it over to Altus for theirs.
Okay.
On the, I just want to look at the page. Do this in order here. I'm looking at the workup on page 7. So this is the same as the last time. That the top part is the model and the bottom part were rent comparables that you submitted. Is that correct?
Yes, it's mass appraising assessment.
Okay.
Correct.
On page 7, you say 39,000 square feet, and on page 2, you indicate 39,575. What's the difference?
39,000 and first 5,259 square feet at separate building restaurant.
The sizes of the access center, 39,575. You're saying there's a lease for that, but yet below you're using 39,000 feet. Why is there a difference?
On page number 2, subject property leases. To us, recorded first lease for 4,000 square feet. Second lease reported 39,575. We assess 39,000 square feet.
Yeah, but do you know why it differs? And I'll refer you to page 15, which is the rent roll.
Rent roll. It's very small difference.
Do you know why it differs?
It's what in our record today.
Okay, but do you know why it differs?
Because it's in our record today.
Well, I'm asking you for the rent roll that was provided to you. Why are there two numbers? Do you know?
We're talking about 1.4% difference. It's not relevant.
I don't care if you think it's relevant or not. Do you know was the question.
No answer.
Okay. Now that particular lease, as we're looking on page 15, it says on this page, 1575 is the rent. And then on page 2, you indicate 1552. Well, why is that different?
1 second, let's check. Let's open page 15 of my brief. We can see Winnipeg Regional Health Authority occupied 39,575 square feet at $15.75. I did mistake here. Please cross 1552 and put $15.75.
On which area? 39,000?
39,575.
Okay, I think you made that's the mistake. I think my opinion would be 1575 on 39,000 and 1552 on 39,575, but that's okay. There is a discrepancy, just point out. The rent the model came up with was $20.50. Is that correct?
Okay, I have answer for previous questions.
Okay, good.
If you it showed amount per area $15,075. Yeah, it's my mistake. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We're it just as long as we get it right. but the paid rent, $15.75, $15.52, but the model is at $20.50. Do you think the model got it right?
This rent was signed in 2003. And if you look on my page, page number 7, we're looking for market rent close to reference date. My start date 2021, 16, 15, 12, and they showed media of $20.50. So model generated $20.50. It's reasonable.
You said it because it was signed in 2003. What was the rate when it was for the first 5 years in 2003? Do you know?
I don't notice. No answer. But this lease was negotiation in completely different market in 2003, and usually it step up every
Are you saying that
5 years.
Are you saying the step ups are not reliable then?
It's this lease locked in for this amount, and our $20.50 reasonable and support by my 4 evidence.
No, I wasn't the question. The question was you were talking about a step up in a different market time. Are you saying that step ups are not reliable then?
Usually leases 25, 30 years has step up built in. It's reliable. No. It is that step up lease already built in 2003. It's in different market. It can be a little bit higher or low that market evidence. That's why I presented 4 evidence on page number 7.
Okay,
Of
that's
current
fine.
market.
So just one sec. And again, can we just assume, maybe I'm directing this at the chair, that questions asked in the previous case of 845 region, we're not going to go over the same ground. It appears to me that the evidence on support rents is the same. And I imagine the questions in capitalization would be the same. Is that fair, or do we go over that same ground again?
No, I think that you felt, thank you for that. We will consider that we'll accept that, yes.
Okay. Now, my question on cap rate, though, is we have 2 portions here. One, you put it 5.8, model is put at 5.8%, one at 6.65%. How many titles are on this roll?
We have only one property number, 2 separate buildings, and 2 separate tenants. That's why we create 2 separate income stream.
Okay, so but you cannot sell the land under the access center separately then from the McDonald's, can you, at this point in
That's
time?
why on page number 8, overall capitalization rate 6.5% for whole property.
Does your model have any data on combined health centers with fast food restaurants in their cap rates?
If you open page, which page, 1 second.
Are there any cap rates for a property like this?
All model is analyze all sale across the city. If you open page number 9, should I repeat paragraph number 2, how we estimate capitalization rate for property? For the 2023 general assessment, capitalization rates were derived from the model generated estimate of net operating income.
Ms. Shabo, we've got the information in front of us. We're familiar with it. If you could proceed, please.
It's our city statistical study showed 5.6 to 6.9. Our overall capitalization rate 6.5 inside this range. It's fair. Plus, it's inside range of for Collier study 6 to 6.75. It's fair.
Well, I didn't ask if it was fair. I simply asked if you had any market evidence of co-located McDonald's and health centers that were sold generating a cap rate. to your
Yes,
knowledge?
it was analyzed for all sales prior
Are
to
there
reference
any-
day.
Are there any sales of similar type properties to your knowledge?
No information provided right now. No answer.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to skip over here. I'm just gonna, I think we've covered all this ground already, so I'll probably turn this over to see if Mr. Mercury has any questions.
Okay, thank you. And before Mr. Mercury, excuse me, is Mr. Slaughter going to be presenting on the income stream for the McDonald's? Mr. Neufeld, is that correct? Am I understanding?
I don't know what he's doing.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I will
Okay,
be,
thank you.
I would have a few questions of the assessor. I don't know if you'd like to do it.
No, I think Mr. Mercury had a comment to make, I believe, before we proceed with the McDonald's income.
I think you can proceed to the McDonald's income at this time. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slaughter, bear with us while we pull up the income stream for the McDonald's portion. Class code 60, I believe, T. Okay, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Schabel, could you please refer to page 5 of your evidence? You made reference to this earlier in your direct.
Yes.
You mentioned a permit that was taken out because of a fire-damaged standalone restaurant to be repaired or reconstructed. And you mentioned the total project value. Can you speak to the difference between the total project value and right below that is a declared construction value of $450,000? Can you explain the difference between the two?
It's on page number 5. It's my I posted permits from December 10, 2015 to rebuild McDonald's restaurant damaged by fire. We have a total project value 1.5 million, and we have specific declared construction value 450,000.
Yeah, can you explain the difference between those two items?
1 second, I jump. Because this permit, usually we have 2 permits for a basement and we have permit for construction. I showed only 1 permit.
Is there a basement in this property?
We don't have basement.
No. So
because just declare construction value of one just building 450,000, but we need to put interior decoration as well. So whole project to rebuild this building was 1.5 million.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I understand. So the building was 450,000, and then with all are you saying with equipment, or is that what would be the finishing that would make up the difference of $1 million?
Because when building built, we need to put interior decoration, interior finish.
Okay.
It's how I understand this permit.
So the building itself is 450,000.
Yes, just construction, clean,
okay,
shell construction.
And your assessment is, I believe, just under or just over 2.2 million?
Correct.
Yeah. But you'd agree, we're doing an income approach to value. We shouldn't put much weight on permits or a cost approach to value. I mean, despite the fact this appears much lower than your value.
This permit explain damage and new building build because we have actual year build 2003, 2016. It's support 2016. So 2 buildings we have, one built in 2003, another built in 2016. I have to support this.
Okay, thank you. On page 6, you mentioned that the specific valuation for the fast food restaurant, despite being not on a separate title, it's on a combined title, that there was a different capitalization rate applied. And if I understand correctly, the city is applying a capitalization rate for the majority of the property of 6.65%. But for this portion, which is not under a separate title, there is a capitalization rate of 5.8%.
Yes, it was generated by model. Because it's a restaurant, it's more a retail portion.
More retail. And you'd agree that last cycle, the capitalization rate on this fast food restaurant was 7.35%.
We don't compare a previous assessment. We stay on 2021 reference date.
And do you have any evidence then for the drastically decreased or compressed capitalization rate for the restaurant in April 2021?
Because this restaurant now built in 2016, it's more less it's make a capitalization low to 5.8, less capitalization capital cost to renovate. It's accommodating for this.
Okay, on page 9, I think, is your cap rate evidence. Just pause for a moment for the panel to refer to that.
We've got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you mentioned the City of Winnipeg in the third column, I guess it is, the City of Winnipeg's model conclusions. And it appears the range goes from, on retail strips, I'm not sure which category restaurants would be in, but goes from 6 up to 7.2. So you'd agree that 5.8 doesn't seem to be supported by the city's model evidence.
I would like to correct myself. It's still under office property type. It's not retail. Retail, it's completely different market rent. Market rent and capitalization rate. We still on office property for this restaurant. It's showed between 5.6 to 6.9. So our selected 5.8, it's inside this range.
And if this property was on a separate title or separately assessed, it would be classified as a suburban office?
It's assumption. Yeah, it would be retail.
It would be retail, correct? Yeah. So likely, if we're going to separate the capitalization rate for this income stream, which I questioned in the first place, but if we were to do that, we would consider this a retail property, not office, correct?
But if you look on page number 8, overall capitalization rate, whole property, 6.5%, still inside 16% of property for office suburban, 5.6 to 6.9. It's fair.
That's all the questions.
It's statistical proved.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Diane, any questions of the assessor?
Sorry, somebody was sending a print to my printer, so I had to put it on mute. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schabel. So I'm taking the summarized NOI of 839,511, dividing it by a cap rate of that you've averaged at 6.5%, and it does not come out to the summarized cap rate. So I guess actually there are individual income streams with different cap rates applied to separate NOIs. Is that right? So
yes.
That 0.5% is just a summary, kind of an average, but it's not actually used in the calculation of the total property value.
Correct. It's a summary because it's two different type of property, different rents.
Okay.
We have to separate them by incomes.
Yeah, just as long as I understand it's an average, but not for calculation purposes. Okay. That is my only question. Mr. Neufeld, let us get to your brief, please.
There was a short rebuttal article.
I'm sorry, I was just going to ask that. Yeah.
No, it's painful.
Ms. Schabel, did you have? No, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
Do we have the rebuttal? Oh, I see it. Yes. Okay.
Now I don't see it. Where is it?
30 minutes ago, it was just put in.
Province wants out of a 20-year lease. Is that the one? Okay. Michelle, do you have it?
Yep. Thank you.
Ms. Schabel, do you have it?
I don't see it.
Okay. Should be the
when
next.
it was sent. Okay.
If you scroll over to item 23, it should be right there. Next property on after your presentation, I believe.
I see, please find attached rebuttal, but I don't see any attachment to email.
Okay.
Please resend.
Nicole or Belen, can we, the panel's got it, but the assessor doesn't have it.
Do you want us to carry on with our presentation? The addressing of this rebuttal is, it's
I would
been
like to
discussed
see it.
already. Yeah, and we can discuss it at the end to move things along.
Okay, let's do that.
I got a message. They want me to go to the next room.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why the assessor wouldn't have it. We'd certainly forward it to her directly. It's not a problem. Essentially, just very briefly, this is an article that appeared on CBC News in 2019, just speaking to the issue I commented on previously. This is the lease contract. Sorry, just scrolling down at 800 Adele Avenue, which was entered into in 2007, 20-year lease on a facility for children in care. While the previous government was in power, essentially the government determined this was a very bad deal for the government of Manitoba. It did not serve its needs, and ultimately they passed legislation to terminate the lease. They did that. The lease was terminated, and it came to an end. And what we've highlighted really at the bottom, sorry, this is on page 5 of the article, in terms of the government's bill, which ultimately became legislation. This is the Premier's comment that we're of the mind the contract was entered into was not justifiable. They've made an effort to renegotiate, but this was ultimately their course of action. And then the message was that essentially be careful if you're entering into contracts with government entities, if they're not reflective of market, then they ultimately will be at risk. And that was also supported by the opposition, interestingly. So anyway, that was just an article to kind of document what we had spoken to earlier. And so we wanted the board to have it.
Okay. Ms. Shable, Mr. Mercury has presented a verbal summary of that document. I'm not sure if you've gotten that, but perhaps we'll leave questioning till the end of Mr. Neufeld's presentation, and we can come back to it. Okay, please. Is that acceptable? You're on mute, Ms. Shable.
I can. What address of this property first?
Ms. Shable, we're gonna leave your questions for Mr. Mercury after Mr. Neufeld has presented regarding that rebuttal. If Mr. Neufeld, when you are ready, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Well, firstly, this is mislabeled. It's called 845 Regent. It should say, of course, 975 Henderson. The data is for 975. We treated this as if it were a standalone. It's a very unusual situation we have here. We have this contract to do all the work for the health authority, and we're working quite well with Altus on this. I don't even know what they're presenting as evidence, but I want to say that in the end that the rate, especially the cap rate we put on it, was as if it were a standalone, and essentially if I were looking at it as a project as a whole, I would be more critical because a mixed use property like this is going to be a greater challenge for investors. So I will defer to anything that Mr. Slaughter would have to say on that issue. This is as a standalone, built in 2003, built to suit, just like the last one, lease written in 2003. I submitted that to the assessor years ago. They've got it. The discrepancy on the space is rather interesting because the lease actually found this. I had some time to look this up. It specifies that it doesn't matter what the final size is, because this was done before construction. it will be based on 39,000 square feet. The total gross building area used for purpose of calculating the base rent shall in no event exceed 39,000 square feet, clause 4.3. So that's why it's valued, or the rent was 39,000 feet. It ended up being bigger in the as-bills. And when you heard me talking earlier about 845 region, it's the same concept. We don't always get the as-built. We look at what was originally decided. But in this case, we do agree on the area. The concept of the rent is exactly the same. I did have some time to check my comps after our marathon review session. Same comps were in use, except for 1558 Wilson, I checked my records. These are old numbers I have. And the reason, though, I don't want to use this is years ago, this building has hopped around between different owners, and I was in the building inspecting it on one occasion, and there's 6,000 square feet of an unusable mezzanine that they're planning on setting up for a ping pong room for the people. So it's kind of an unusual situation with some common area uses. So that and the date of the data, let's not look at that one, or I prefer not to. 850 Penman, I re-reviewed my data again, and it is the issue I spoke of. Essentially what happened is that after expropriation, there was a very strange series of events on the tax side where the assessor increased the value of it after expropriation. And what the owner ended up doing was putting those costs in non-recoverable. So as a result, that's why our rents are showing the major discrepancy. And I believe the number was $2 million. So essentially $50,000 in taxes ended up being locked into the non-recoverables. So we have adjusted our leases downwards to turn them from net on the face, and they're actually semi-gross. That explains that issue. And other than that, there's nothing new to add on the leases. Still think 614 Desmiron is a great comp as a community-based operation, which and Health Authority did have clinics in this building. 1750 Main, a smaller site, but it's health related leased property in the same general neighborhood as the subject. Nothing new to add on that. Nothing new to add on the caps. I just want to double check something. I guess the only other issue to speak of, and it wasn't picked up here in the cap, is that it is rearage location. So it's not on Henderson. On the question of alternate use, it would be less desirable in the market. We have not accounted for that. I believe that there is nothing new I have to add. Just give me one sec to finish scrolling through here. The same rate, $13, which represents, in our estimation, a very fair market value for 40,000 square feet of empty suburban office space in the suburbs. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neufeld. So that's your calculation on the OFS portion. And I'm just gonna ask a question just to clarify. Ms. Shable, bear with me. So, Mr. Neufeld, you're using a rate of 39,000 square feet at $13 a square foot.
Yes.
Your vacancy is 8.45%.
That's
Your
correct.
expenses are 7%.
Correct.
Your NOI resulting from that is 412,389.
I'm looking at 397, 412,397.
I'm looking at your page 14, the summary.
Page 14.
Yeah. Income approach summary.
I'm looking at page 1.
OFS, I'm looking at 14. Okay.
14.
Maybe it differs. I don't know. Page 1.
Page 1 is just the opening page. It says what it is.
Yeah.
The file number and the hearing date.
Oh, do you,
If you if you go to page your summary on page 14, and I'm looking at the OFS income stream.
I don't have the same. Oh, sorry. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's Altus put it in their report, right?
I'm looking at your. Oh yes, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yes. Okay. That's why I don't have the pages. All right.
Okay. And then you capped it at 7.25%.
Yes.
And that equals 5,688,000 rounded, and that would be class code 40, school exempt.
5688. That's correct.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you. And that's for the OFS portion only. Ms. Shable, do you have any questions of Mr. Neufeld regarding the office portion?
Yes, please. Open page 21 submitted to us.
Mr. Neufeld Mr. Slaughter, would this be more relevant to you? Since this is your brief, apparently.
But it started Collier's page.
I'm just
first.
scrolling back, Mr. Chairman, to 21. No, I think this will be part of the Collier's submission that we've included in our brief. Yeah.
All right. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Shable.
On page 21 of One Collier's report, we have net rent $13 per square foot. Your evidence showed 1525 range to 1792. How you can explain it?
Which range?
We already established on previous hearing for 845 Region Avenue West that your best comparables 850 Pembina and 1558 Wilson or 1000 Waverly. It's the same property. And we look in my rebuttal for previous that 850 Pembina, 15,000 square feet, and 2008 rent for $17.92, and 1,000 Waverly or 1558 Wilson rent for $15.25. It's a range of your comparables, and you still use $13 per square foot, correct?
I really don't understand the question. See, that was rebuttal. That doesn't become my evidence. My evidence was, as I stated today, the same comparables I used before. 850 Pembina was a semi-gross lease, which we've adjusted to the net rate. And 1750 Main we're relying on, 1555 St. James the offices, 614 Des Muron the office, and 1100 Waverly the office.
Okay, let's go on page 3 or 23 and go again each your comparables, illuminate what not relevant. 850 Pembina, we already look in my rebuttal, $17.92 per square foot versus your 17.
Ms. Shable, should we consider these questions asked and answered from that we carried over from the previous two properties, please?
Okay. Let's go to page 20. So, but we established that agent evidence showed range for this type of building, $15.25 and $17.92, just for records.
No, absolutely not. That my evidence did not say that. You're making that statement. My evidence did not say it.
Okay, please open my rebuttal. For 850 Pembina, let's go again through.
No, Ms. Shable, we're very well aware of your rebuttal. We've agreed, both parties have agreed to carry it forward. Mr. Neufeld has answered these questions that we were carrying forward regarding his evidence presented. You've presented that rebuttal basically twice. This is the third time. We're very well. We've got it written in our notes. So let's just proceed with the questioning, please.
Let's proceed to page 24 of 4 Collier's evidence. You presented 125 Gary Street, it's downtown office, correct?
What I presented was an example of a workup done for 125 Gary. That's correct. It was a presentation of a methodology.
And it's our subject property suburban office, correct? Medical office. So it's not relevant, correct?
No, that's you can make that statement as you wish, but it is relevant because what we were talking about here is a methodology, the concept of what do you do when a rent isn't performing at what you think it should present. Sometimes it's too low, sometimes it's too high. The issue being presented here was that if you disagree with it, prove it.
On page 30, agent evidence or 10 Colliers, we have evidence for a downtown office C. It's not relevant to the subject property, correct?
Are you talking about the vacancy calculation?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, that was put in by mistake. Disregard that.
Thank you.
On page 31, we're looking for suburban medical. It showed 4.8%, correct?
As I mentioned before, the sample size was low. The only suburban medicals that are investment actually being rented out are showing vacancies going from 7% to 50%. The sample size is too small to be reliable.
651,000 square feet of leasable area showed vacancy and 4.8. You want higher, correct?
No, this includes, I said the sample size is too small. It's populated by things like the clinic owned by Concordia Hospital. It has other hospital-owned properties and owner-operated properties. The true rate is just in the case of the suburban medical. There's a separate calculation that is often done for the investment grade ones, and
that's good, Mr. Neufeld. Thank you. A question asked and answered.
Page 49 of 29 Colliers report, we can see Colliers multifamily rate range. It's not relevant to subject property, correct? We can eliminate this page.
Which page?
39 or 29 of Colliers brief.
What's in there?
Cap rate adjustment for multifamily range, and we know it's office, suburban medical office, correct? It's not relevant.
I see. I don't have the same page numbers as you. Let me I think I know what you're talking about, though.
It's 29 of your brief.
Doesn't help me. Of my brief? Oh, yeah. The bottom of page 29, the description of multifamily is, you can disregard that.
You're on page 50 on 30, you have a spread between bonds and cap rate has 2008, 2009. It's not relevant, correct?
If you'll note that we set the intersect at Q1 2021, the spread is 403. So it's quite pertinent.
Let's open page 55 or 35 Colliers. Everyone with me?
About just a minute. Yes.
Subject property suburban office, correct? And Colliers showed 6 to 6.75%, correct?
No, I said earlier, repeat again, that this is not a category that we class. We don't do special use properties in here. Suburban office would be a typical office, not an access center. This is the closest there is. And the spread that's indicated here are for premium properties and not for properties like the subject. So this is the best product possible. And I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, a great, some of the ones that you typically in Winnipeg get put in there are 1780 Wellington, 5 Donald, and there's 3 others. I used to have them all memorized. There's only 5 properties in Winnipeg that are actually classed here. corporate does this because in other places they do have these offices. We're pretty light on them.
And Colliers International showed on suburban only B. It's not classified between A, B, and showed 6 to 6.75.
No, we don't have any A's. We only have B's, and there's 5 of them.
Yes. And page 64 on 44 Colliers. Everyone with me?
You know what, Ms. Shable, what I'm going to ask, Mr. Neufeld has presented a lot of evidence here. Some of it he has not referred to at all. So I would ask you keep your questions, if possible, to the evidence presented by the applicant. There's no need to point out what's not irrelevant. We're all aware of what's relevant, what he's presented. Can we just keep the questions to the relevant information that he presented?
On page 64, it's post-reference, August 17, 2002 should be removed. 2000, one second, what is it?
2002?
2002, it's a post-reference, page 64, 65, or 44, 45 should be eliminated.
Where is that?
On page 44 on Colliers report, 64.
Where's this entry? I'm sorry, I don't see this. What are you speaking of?
Okay. I still on your report, page 44.
I know, but what was the post?
Colliers Management Expense Study, August 17, 2002. It's post-reference. We have 2021 reference date, correct?
No. That's when I wrote this. I update this. This is from old data. That's me. I put that number in the date I wrote this.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Where am I? So we're still dealing with the OFS portion. Diane, any questions of the applicant?
No, thank you.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions either. Ms. Shable, did I understand that you've got rebuttal, or are we repeating the same rebuttal information as last time regarding the OFS portion?
Yes, it was same rebuttal because same set comparables by Colliers.
Okay, we consider that evidence presented and we consider it in our in-camera decision. And I have no questions of Mr. Neufeld. Now, let's go back to Ms. Shable. Let's go back to Mr. Mercury. I presented rebuttal evidence and statement about that article. I'm not sure if you received that, but do you have any questions on his rebuttal at all?
Yes, I opened this question. Updates May 15, 2019. What time of property we're talking about? What this property is?
Mr. Mercury, can you remember what we were presenting here?
Right. The purpose of the article was not to speak to the type of property, and nor was it related to value in any way, shape, or form. The purpose of the article was to speak to the powers of government when government leases are deemed to be not in the public interest. The details of the building, I have only scant details of. It's at 800 Adele Avenue.
So you don't have any evidence specific to Winnipeg Regional Health Authority leases?
No, again, the purpose of the article was to speak to the powers of government and what can be done in subsequent years if a lease is deemed to be unfavorable.
But it's not relevant to such property. We can omit this rebuttal, correct?
Well, when we're dealing with a lease by the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, it is relevant.
No further questions.
Thank you. Michelle, any questions of the rebuttal presented by Mr. Mercury?
Yeah, just one. You had mentioned there was efforts to renegotiate cited in that article. Was there any renegotiation, or it was just dead?
I'm sorry, the question was there any renegotiation, or was it just dead? Is that what was that?
Yeah, you had mentioned there was efforts made by the government to renegotiate that with the the owner, and I just didn't know if that was resolved or if there was no further action and it was just ended.
I'm just going based on what was publicly reported. Obviously, I wasn't privy to any of that, but the article notes that there was an attempt by government to work it out with the building owner, and they were unable to do that. And so the government ultimately exercised or introduced a bill and ultimately legislation to terminate the lease. So my assumption is that it obviously, those negotiations ended.
Okay, yeah, so it's just the media reporting part that was presented. No,
there is a Court of King's Bench decision. I don't have it at my fingertips, but essentially the government, as I mentioned, was subject to a lawsuit over this. The owner wasn't happy, and the matter went to court, and the court determined that the government does have the power to do this, and their lawsuit was quickly dismissed. So unfortunately for the owner, they were without a remedy.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Diane, any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
And I do not either. Now, Mr. Slaughter, shall we deal with your valuation on the restaurant portion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and keep this quite simple.
Before you start, I'd like to go, and I think Mr. Mercury is going to do summation if he sticks around. I don't think you need me for anything else.
Okay.
There was one clarification I have to point out. So treat this as summation. The concept of vacancy. You take out the owner occupied, it's about 17%. Now that's new evidence, but I'm not asking for 17%. I'm simply saying that there is a discrepancy in the health field on reporting of vacancies. And the last summation for me is the lease is up next year. That's not a cap.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Neufeld. So you're gone now, is that right?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slaughter, would you mind referring to where you're going to be presenting?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. I have two documents, but I don't know if you need me to go through the first. It's the non-recovered expense study that Altus has composed, and I think everybody on the panel has heard. So what I could do is just do a Cole's notes verbally, if you'd like, or we can refer to that document.
Yeah, just a quick summary, please. I think we've got an experienced panel here, and we're familiar with the presentation, but go ahead for the record.
Okay, thank you. So then once I've finished that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask the panel to turn to page 83 of the presentation, so you can have that ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So there's only two points of contention we have with the valuation of the standalone restaurant, as part of this entire valuation. And this is notwithstanding the fact that Mr. Neufeld is correct that this property is on one title, which means that although we are valuing each portion separately, from a market perspective, a potential investor would have to realize that there is shared access, shared parking, et cetera, which complicates this hypothetical valuation of one income stream separately. But notwithstanding that, the two concerns that we have with the valuation of the fast food restaurant is with the non-recovered expense allowance. The city has applied 3%, and historically, consistently, that rate has been 7% up until the 2020 reassessment, and we have consistently disagreed with the significant drop in that allowance. That's the one contention, and the second is with the capitalization rate. With regards to the first point of contention, and again, I won't refer the panel to our document on this, but we've undertaken quite a study on this item. And to summarize our findings, number one, these expenses are real with all types of properties. What they refer to, according to appraisal textbooks and valuation textbooks, is all of the expenses which are not typically recovered through the leases by the landlords. So imagine two buckets of expenses. In one category, you would have what we refer to as recoverable, and that includes your CAM, your operating expenses, utilities, taxes. And then you have the costs or expenses which cannot be recovered in a typical lease. These include structural reserve, which historically has been around 2% of the effective market income. And the residual amount that historically was 5% of the effective market income was what was referred to as non-recovered management expenses. This includes a number of items. It can include professional fees. It can include all sorts of different asset management fees, etc. But the largest component is space marketing costs. And Mr. Neufeld had referred to this as well. You can have greatly varying space marketing costs over the life of an asset. At times it can be quite high, and at times there will be zero. And if you examine a income statement, you may not see anything. But that doesn't mean that over the life of the asset, which is what this allowance is supposed to refer to, this is not a very real expense. So what we found is that appraisal texts are quite clear. These are real expenses that must be considered in the valuation of a property. And we undertook a study of all types of asset classes, including retail, office, industrial. And we found that over a 3-year stabilized period, we do see these expenses, and that the historical 5% for this item, plus the 2% for structural reserve, equaling the 7, is quite real. So we have appraisal text saying that we can't ignore them. We have evidence that they are real. Frankly, the only reason I could see for a party not including these is if the argument was made that they are reflected in the capitalization rate. But we have seen no such evidence to support that hypothesis. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, when I shortly from now refer to our capitalization rate evidence, you will see that we do include the full 7% in all of our capitalization rate derivations. And this is important because in valuation, you must use the same methodology when you examine capitalization rates as you do when you're valuing the subject property. And we have been consistent in that. So if I could then please ask you to turn to page 83. This is an excerpt in our evidence from our capitalization rate study for retail properties. And I'll pause for a moment. In questioning, you'll recall, I'd asked the assessor, why is this capitalization rate so much lower than the rest of the valuation? And the answer was separate income stream, and I think they mentioned that as suburban office, it might be something different. And I said, well, no, this isn't suburban office.
Mr. Slaughter, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Does everybody have page 83? And I believe we're 2023 retail capitalization rate study. Is that the page 83?
That's correct. It's about midway through the study. So for brevity's sake, I'm just going to go right to the main points in the study. Yeah. But just as overall comment that there was some confusion about how we're supposed to assess this separate income stream. And just to be clear, in any case that this would be a standalone restaurant on its own title, it would be classified properly as retail. And that is what this study refers to as retail capitalization rates. So on page 83, Mr. Chairman, is an excerpt from a study that we did during the pandemic, we being Altus Group. You know, we represent property owners across the continent, actually, but throughout the country. We went to the top people in real estate who are our clients and not our clients, and we interviewed them with a pretty extensive study, and it talked about what their expectations were in this very changing market. Let's be clear here. The reference date April 21 is right in the middle of the pandemic. Restaurants, most retail, most offices were closed through this period. This is a very different environment than the pre-pandemic reference date of April 1st, 2018. That was the basis of the last cycle. And you recall in my questioning that in the last cycle, based on April 18 valuation, a capitalization rate of 7.35% was applied to the fast food restaurant at the subject property. So what has happened since then? Well, now we're in a pandemic, and we ask the top people in real estate, what are your opinions on where rates and allowances are going, specifically capitalization rates here on page 83. What do you expect in terms of cap rate trends for retail in the next 12 months? Now, if you want to talk about how to get to the crux of what the market's opinion is on cap rates, this would be it. This is the top people in real estate. And you can see that we asked it two times, once in June 2020 and once in November 2020. And the opinion was worsening by November 2020, very close to our reference date. The vast majority of investors, owners, brokers suggested that we are looking at likely a 25 to 50 basis point increase to capitalization rates from pre-pandemic. And that's on retail top quality. If you go to the next page, 84, we asked for lower quality, same question. And the pessimism increased, and that makes sense. So, Mr. Chairman, one of the biggest flags that we have when we looked at this valuation is, if we are to value the restaurant separate and not consider the real factors that would enhance the risk for an investor of, trying to subdivide this property and worry about easements for access, etc. 7.35% made more sense for what we consider a higher risk category, restaurants, last cycle. Why on earth would we see a compression to 5.8%? Rather than an increase to recognize what's actually happening as of the reference date, April 1st, 2021. If I could ask the panel to move ahead, I'll just go right to our actual capitalization rates, and that's on page 89.
Is everybody there? Diane?
Okay.
Good,
All
thank
good.
you.
So we had looked at a number of retail properties, and to Mr. Neufeld's point, it is difficult when we go from pre-pandemic into April 1st, 21. There wasn't a lot of transactions, but we tried our best to look at activity that was happening just leading up to and then just heading into the pandemic. So these, again, are not reflecting the reality as of the reference date. They're for the vast majority pre-pandemic capitalization rates. And I would suggest that investor sentiment would likely increase their expected rate of returns by the reference date. So we have 13 comparisons we looked at, and these are all retail properties. Summary snapshot is that our cap rates range from just under 6% in the best case scenarios to about 7.2%. And they average somewhere in the high sixes. But the best two comparisons, Mr. Chairman, would be number 8 and number 13. So I'll start with number 8. If I could ask now the panel to turn to page 94. This is the only standalone restaurant or separately assessed restaurant that we could find in our study. And it was sold in 2018. And the capitalization rate, this is located right in Osborne Village. The capitalization rate on this, based on our examination using the same methodology as we would use for the subject property, and I have that valuation methodology in evidence for the board's reference, but I'll just summarize it here. Our capitalization rate was 6.76%. And again, that's based on a market rent income, which often is contract, unless, like Mr. Neufeld said, there's reason to vary, market vacancy allowance, market non-recovered expenses, the 7%. We come to 6.76%. Now, I had mentioned that if the panel does not agree that we should be applying 7%, that must be because the panel believes that this would be blended in the cap rate. If we did not include the 7% in our derivation of this sale for the capitalization rate and instead used the city's 3%, the cap rate would increase, obviously, because our net income now is greater. Sorry, it would increase the cap rate, and the cap rate would become 7.05%. So this is important. What we're asking the panel to do is, if you do not agree with increasing the non-recovered expenses to what our evidence suggests is real, has been historically recognized, is recognized in other assessment jurisdictions, and is appropriate at a total 7%. If you elect not to do that, then we ask that you increase the capitalization rate further than what we're going to conclude because of the methodology that we're showing here. The second capitalization rate, I would put a little less weight on, but is number 13, and that would be, Mr. Chairman, on page 96. This is a strip property which sold in March of 2020. And the capitalization rate based on our analysis is 6.85%. This includes a fast food restaurant like the subject property. And if we did not apply the 7% allowance, it would increase the capitalization rate based on our calculations would increase to 7.08%. So let me summarize where we're at this moment, Mr. Chairman. We have an unexpected compression from the last cycle from 7.35% to 5.8% with no evidence from the city to support that. We have evidence of retail capitalization rates that average in the high sixes, around 6.75%. We have evidence of two specific sales that I think provide a little bit more enlightenment to the market behavior for these type of properties. And they are at the high sixes. And that's with the 7% allowance. So if I may then bring the panel back, please, to our original document. I guess we would be on our summary on page 14.
Bear with us, Mr. Slaughter.
Yes,
Until
certainly.
we all get there, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So page 14, okay. Excuse me. And this would be office vacancy report, Winnipeg, Manitoba.
No, I apologize. It should be page 14 should be an income approach summary.
Oh, I see. It's not the actual. Yeah, got you. Not the big blue numbers, but the.
Yeah, the numbers can get a little messy, Mr. Chairman. We have multiple documents kind of combined.
I see. I'm following my 14 out of 160. Okay. And that was the appendix I was in. And then we've got the Altus Group valuation on page 14. So that's a summary of the OFS and the restaurant portion.
That's correct.
Are we all there now, Michelle?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Ms. Shable, you there? Okay, sorry, Mr. Slaughter, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we do here is we have in the middle column is the total of the entire both income streams. The OFS category is the WRHA building that Mr. Neufeld and Mr. Mercury had spoken to. And what's included there is their valuation, which I support. And the last column is RST, that is the standalone restaurant. So as we work through our analysis of the market rents for this property, corroborated what the city had applied. So we have no contention with that, nor the vacancy allowance. We apply the 7% non-recovered allowance. We apply the city's shortfall rate, which we feel is reasonable, of $8 a square foot. And then the second difference, Mr. Chairman, between us and the city is that we see no evidence whatsoever for the compression to 5.8% cap rate that the city proposes. Rather, we find that there is strong evidence supporting 6.75% on the restaurant income stream. And so the total value of the restaurant income stream alone is $1.834 million. And I will pause there because I believe Mr. Mercury will now make a summary for the WRHA portion of the valuation.
Actually, I think we're going to have questions regarding your income stream workup, etc., Mr. Slaughter, before we proceed with that. Ms. Shabo, any questions of the Mr. Slaughter's presentation regarding the restaurant portion of the valuation?
Yes, please. We open page 89, capitalization rate study for retail properties.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that the subject property restaurant was built in 2016. All effective years of building that was sold very old. Closest 2012, it's 10 comparables, Caridon Avenue. It was sold in 2019, 5,395 square feet at 5.92% capitalization rate by Altus. So it's very well support our 5.8 model-driven capitalization rate, correct?
Not at all, Ms. Shable. If you go down one row, you'll see another property that was built in 2004. And that capitalization rate is 8.42%. So that would diffuse your argument or your summary. And the reason is that age is only one of many, many factors that an investor would look at when determining the appropriate rate of return. So if you're trying to make a conclusion based on that one factor, I think you'll end up with contradictory findings.
Let's look on page 12. It's 6.14%.
Sorry, page. Sorry.
You have same 12 built in 2003. It's for 15,000 square feet, sell at 6.14%. it's still much lower than you asking, correct?
Sorry, which one are you referring to? You said this is still on page 89 now?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And which
Index
number?
12.
She's on page 89 with the information of number 12 on Berry Street.
Thank you. Yeah. So once again,
Sorry,
I
she
mean,
said
age
page
is,
12, yeah.
age is just one factor that we would consider. You're going, if you tried to take any factor, whether it be land to building ratio, age, whatever it may be, you're not going to be able to isolate that one factor and determine what the appropriate cap rate is. So I think that the two comparisons I have, while not ideal, are probably the best for the subject property of these comparisons, but that's on all sorts of factors, not just age.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Diane, any questions of the applicant?
No, sir.
Thank you. Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, one quick question, page 94, index number 13 and number 8 you referred to as your best comparables for the cap. Could I ask, did you use actuals to establish that cap rate, or were they CMHC estimates?
I'll turn now, Mr. Chairman. At the very end of our presentation is the actual, we include the actual workups for each. So before I answer that, I just have to make sure that I have the right one. I'll start with number 13.
Okay.
Yeah, these look like the actual rents in place. So typically, and again, the key is that we need to try and use the same methodology we would use as we're presenting for the subject property as we do for the comparisons. And the general rule of thumb, Mr. Chairman, that we have, and I think this is very similar to what Mr. Neufeld had mentioned, is that contract is often likely the best indicator of market if it passes a number of tests. Is it arm's length? Is it fairly recent? Is it based on untypical motivations? These are factors that would veer us away. But what I see here appears to be the actual rents for number 13 and number 8.
I think those are the two you referred to, William, and then I'm sorry, I forgot the other. Oh, Osborne and River. Yeah.
Yeah, and number 8 is the actual as well. I know that one well. Yeah.
Okay, so those are based on actuals, the cap rate calculation. Okay, just to summarize, you agree with the assessor's rate at restaurant. I think you agreed with the same potential rent at 144,517. Is that right?
That's correct. In our analysis, we actually go through some comparisons as well and found that that was right in the range. We agreed with that.
Okay. Your vacancy matches the assessor at 6%, but your expenses are 7% in your presentation, I believe.
Yes.
And we end up with a NOI of 123,813 for the restaurant portion.
I believe that is correct.
And you, in your opinion, the cap rate for that particular income should be 6.75, equals an estimate of value at $1,834,000. And that would be under the category class code 60T.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Now, Mr. Mercury, if I understand, Mr. Mercury is going to take over the summation for the total income calculation. Is that right, Mr. Mercury?
Yeah, I don't know that there's really much more I can add other than what Mr. Neufeld has already gone through in terms of the overall income calculation. So I don't know that there's need for submission on that. I'm just going to repeat again with the rent comparables that are being utilized by the assessor. Once again, she has selected simply WRHA rent, Goulet, Pembina, Booth, and Keewatin, which we've already gone through these properties in terms of whether they're comparable or not. Simply selecting a tenant as the only method of comparison is really not particularly helpful. And you've already heard our submissions in terms of the nature of the leases, etc. So I think the rest of it has been covered by both Mr. Neufeld and Mr. Slaughter. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Slaughter for any final comments he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. No, I have no further comments, Mr. Chairman. I think that sums up both positions quite well.
I'm sorry, Ms. Shable, I forgot to ask you. Do you have a summary, please?
Yes, please. Our job is to analyze market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of value supported by rent comparables that very similar to the subject property. We agree on a restaurant portion, but medical space, 39,000 square feet of rented, very well supported by Colliers evidence, showed between $15 to $17.79. We also, agent Altus relied on very high cap rate that doesn't support by his own evidence, and assessment taxation department use cap rate statistical proved. Based on evidence in my analysis on April 1st, 2021, the subject property value is $12,909,000, and that the 2023 assessment should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. That concludes, pardon me, item number 3975 Henderson Highway. And Mr. Slaughter, are you remaining to handle the other 4 properties on the docket?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mercury, are you remaining?
No, my matters are concluded, so I will leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm sorry. Yes.
Can I get a 5-minute recess, please?
Of course. You know what? We're actually going to recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Nicole?
They just stepped. Oh, she came back. Right.
Would you mind removing Mr. Slaughter from the room so we can go in camera for a couple of minutes, please? We'll be back in what time we got, Roderick? Let's say between 10 and 5 to 1. How's that?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are live.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole and Belen. I will now call the hearing back to order. Next item on the docket is item number 4, file number 22-3130. Address is 1600 Pembina Highway. We're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. I understand, Ms. Shable, we have a preliminary issue for requests for non-cooperation. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shable, please introduce the property into record, and then we shall deal with the non-cooperation request first.
File number 22-3130, roll number 030800552000. We are valuing the subject property as stand of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is respect to the amount of the assessed value only. We have preliminary issue. The assessor request that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, section 53.3b of the Municipal Assessment Act, and if a reduction in assessment in under it, is that it follows section 54.3.2 of the Municipal Assessment Act. Our reference date 2021. We did request 2020 income expenses mailer. It started on page number 9. You can see letter of request June 9, 2021. It was our second request. We sent information at empty files on page 10, 11. And on page 12, we can see that this request was delivered on June 10 and 10:47 a.m. to the address. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Shable, what page was that on?
Page 12.
12, okay.
We have tracking number LP657133111C6CA and date of delivery June 10 at 10:47 a.m. We didn't receive response, so I ask for penalty.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slaughter, any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Shable, page 13 of your evidence includes an income and expense mailer dated October 31st, 2018. That's from the owner, is that correct?
Correct.
And the owner has been compliant every year previous to that, correct?
Correct.
And the owner was compliant in 2021, correct?
It was not compliant 2021.
But the 2021 mailer, I mean, it issued in early 22. They were compliant with that.
It's past reference, so I didn't include in my report. But we
so
don't
the only,
have,
yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
we don't have 2020 full years when our assessment for effective years, effective date 2021 based on that why it is penalty created by Municipal Assessment Act.
Okay, thank you. And on page 12, you have the document from Canada Post, but typically what the city will include is, because it has to be received by the owner, they'll have proof of receipt in the form of a signature. Do you have a signature in evidence?
I don't have signature. Everyone alerts that during COVID signature was not required.
So we have no proof that the owner actually received this document?
No, but it was delivered. It's proved by Canada Post.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Diana, any questions of the assessor regarding the delivery?
I do. Do you know if this was delivered to a post office where they were to pick it up, or if it was delivered actually to their office at 1600 Pembina?
It was delivered, if you look on page number 9, address, corporation, 1600 Pembina Highway Direct.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have, oh, go ahead. Ms. Knight.
The post office thing doesn't tell us where it was delivered to. Was it delivered and dropped off to, say, a Shoppers Drug Mart post office where they were to pick it up from there, or was it physically delivered to the address 1600 Port Pembina?
On page number 9, letter showed strictly delivered to 1600 Pembina Highway.
I understand that's the address that you mailed it to.
Yes.
I understand that. What I'm looking for is the second page where it shows on the Canada Post report that it was delivered to the address 1600 Pembina or to the station for pickup.
It was delivered to the address.
Okay, but you have no proof of that, correct?
It's where it was sent.
I'm not going to argue with you, Svetlana. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay,
And you can see on top of page number 9, same tracking number LP657133116CA.
Yes,
And
I understand
address.
all of that, Svetlana, but we have no idea if this went to a post office for pickup or was delivered to their actual office, correct?
And my understanding specific to the office.
All right, thank you.
thank you, Diane. Michelle, any questions?
No, asked and answered.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, did you have an additional question?
Nope, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, Svetlana, I think you're saying on page 9, the INE was sent to that address, but page 12 does not show the delivery address of the actual. Anyway, okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay.
But this letter showed specific reference number of delivery. On these letters, it showed only one address to deliver.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Mr. Slaughter, any comments before we recess to consider the evidence presented by both parties?
Just, Mr. Chairman, I don't think this is, I don't think there's any conclusive proof that it was received by the owner in 2020. They're an owner that has been compliant every other year. I would ask that the penalty be denied.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole, we would recess to consider the evidence presented in this request for non-cooperation.
You gotta go.
Okay, we are live.
Thank you, Nicole and Belen. I will now call the hearing back to order. The panel has considered the evidence presented by both sides regarding the request for non-compliance and burden of proof being changed, and it is our opinion that the request be denied. Therefore, Ms. Schigel, the onus is on you, so you will be present first.
Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,069,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building property located on suited on land area of 31,104 square feet, leasable area 6,274 square feet. Please, on page number 2, subject property was sold in 2009 for $1.5 million. We have subject property leases presented. On page number 2, we have vacant space. We have units 101 occupied by owner. We can see 102 occupied by pharmacy, 250 square feet, and gross rent $85.82 per square foot. We see units 103 occupied by dental, 925 square feet into lease size 2010 at $56.80 per square foot. It's gross rent. Units 104 occupied by Penco and Association. They occupy 607 square feet. Lease size 2015 at $17.92. We can see basement vacant, all total area 6,274 square feet. Total annual for 2017 annual income around 84,000 square feet, and just by lease. And if you're looking on 2017 reported, it's $87,000. I did present in subject property permits. We can see construction 1999 for 631. We see another interior alteration for 220,000, 175,000. So PP&D property development show total value of 1.1 million. On page number 3, subject property picture. Subject property located southwest of the city. It's irregular shape of land, size. On page number 5, I have presented 10 market rent comparables evidence. They showed median of $25 per square foot. Let's look on my comparables. We're going to page 15. My first comparables, 717 Harrow Street. It's one floor building, irregular shape of land. A lease started in 2013 for 3,000 square feet at $25 per square foot. Comparables, second comparables on page 16, 3358 Roblin Boulevard, lease start in 2018 for 1,741 square feet at $26 per square foot. On page 17, I have 2 comparables on Taylor Avenue, 1190 Taylor Avenue. Lease started in 2005 at $26. Lease started in 2014 at $33 per square foot. On page 18, my another set of comparables on 1439 Henderson Highway. Lease in 2020 at $28 per square foot, around 2,000 square feet. Lease started in 2013 for around 4,000 square feet at $24 per square foot. Comparables on page 19, it's 2077 Pembina Highway. Lease started in 2020 at $20 and $25 per square foot. Another leases on page 20 and building 395 Stafford Street. It's 2-floor building and leases at $25 per square foot. Let's go back to my summary page on page 5. So my 10 comparables on Harrow Street, Roblin, Taylor, Henderson, Pembina, and Stafford showed $25 per square foot. We did assess 6,274 square feet at $21.86. We apply 6% vacancy loss, 3% expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot, in capitalization rate 5.9%. It gives us estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,069,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Schagel. Mr. Slaughter, any questions of the assessor's evidence presented?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Schagel. I'd like to ask about some of your comparisons, please, and I think maybe I'll start at the very bottom. So if we can go right to page 20 and we'll work backwards.
Okay.
The first, or the last comparison, but the first one here in this order, that would be post-reference year. Is that correct? Post-reference date?
Yes, it's 30 days after post-reference date.
Okay, thank you. Going back to page 19, this property is a retail strip, Pembina Village Shopping Center. So it's kind of more of a retail location. Do you know which two units your comparisons refer to?
Not. I cannot point here on this photo.
Okay, thank you. Page 18.
We can see that I presented a neighborhood shopping mall because usually medical office around 5,000-6,000 square feet owner occupied, but we need to and the shopping mall usually showed similar space leases. That's why I showed 2077 Pembina, and we can see rent $20 and $25 per square foot.
But we're not sure if these units are what exactly they are or who the tenants are of these.
In my case, I pick up medical offices.
Okay, and you'd agree though that being a retail strip location, you have a higher traffic amount, likely greater parking. Would you agree that this is considered a superior location to the subject standalone?
It's a Pembina Highway, similar with subject property on Pembina Highway. It's same explosion to Pembina.
Okay, thank you. Page 18, this would be the River East Plaza. So the same sort of situation. This is a retail strip anchored by a Safeway. I assume that your comparisons are office or medical office.
Medical office specific, and they rent at $28 and $24 per square foot. Yes, I pick up specific medical.
Thank you. And this is a relatively new property, correct? They just constructed this, I think, in the mid-2000s or late 2000s?
Possible. And yes, yeah, it's relative new compared to subject property. But we can see that subject property just for renovation, iteration, they put $1.1 million. It's very well maintained property, medical office.
Sorry, that quote that you just said, isn't that the original construction in 1999?
It's include, yes. It's include $500,000 of original construction.
Yeah. Page 17 is the, what would this be called? The Grant Park Festival. This is a retail strip location anchored by a Sobeys. Is that correct?
It's 1190 Taylor Avenue. It's also a retail facility, but my lease is medical offices, $26 and $33 per square foot.
Okay, thank you. Page 16. This is the Charleswood Medical Center. I know this one because my doctor is here. Which unit does this refer to? The reason I'm asking is that size sounds like it might be the pharmacy on the main level.
It's a unit number 6. It will be on main level. Medical, $26 per square foot.
Yeah, are you sure it's a medical office and not the retail pharmacy? Because the retail office, or the medical office.
Medical offices has pharmacy as well. If you look on page number 2, we have pharmacy units 1 or 2 at $85 gross rent per square foot. So most of medical offices has pharmacy as well.
Yeah, but this is actually a 1,700 square foot kind of retail pharmacy, correct? This is where I usually go to pick up my prescriptions after my appointment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last one would be 717 Harrow. I don't know anything about this property actually, except it's occupied by Reflections Dental. So I will stop there. Now, Ms. Schabel, did you have a chance to inspect the subject property?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I'm able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
Sure. And then you agree that just about 1,000 square feet, I think, is denoted in your rental rates. That's basement space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is this basement space accessible from the outside or only through one of the interior offices?
It's no access from outside.
That's correct. Thank you. And to your knowledge, does this basement have fenestration, windows?
I don't see windows, maybe on backside.
Correct. Thank you. And to your knowledge, is this space leased or is this simply common area storage and lunchroom?
It's common area and part of building. This building has basement and we have to assess basement space as well.
But it would be shared by the tenants who are leasing, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why in 2017 they showed a vacant space, leasable area of 984 square feet. Yeah, it's a common space.
Okay. Last question on page. There's a summary here. Page 5. Sorry, 2 last questions. So that space that we discussed, that's the 984 square feet. Oh yeah, it's listed as basement leasable. But you admit there's no fenestration, there's no exterior access. Would you agree that $1,649 a square foot seems rather high for this type of space?
It's a basement leasable because it has laundry room, storage area for archive. It's leasable because it's used by tenants. In our case, it's used by owner. It's less as original basement at 1,200 square feet because we removed the mechanical room.
Right, and that's correct. You agree, though, it couldn't be leased out separately. The access to this is through an existing unit, correct?
Correct, from main floor.
Thank you. And lastly, the capitalization rate. I don't think I saw anywhere in your evidence that would support a rate of 5.9%. You agree that well, first of all, how is the 5.9 derived?
If you open page number 7, we have a city study, 2080 percentile, or 60% of the property range between 5.6 to 6.9. Our 5.9 inside this range, and this capitalization rate statistical approval and result ratio statistic was satisfy the standard specifying set forth in the standard of ratio studies published by International Association of Assessing Officers. It's statistical data.
Okay. On that page 9, you also include excerpts from Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman and Wakefield. I understand that we heard evidence earlier from Colliers stating that their study is inclusive of closing costs, which makes their cap rates lower than the market would typically interpret. But you agree the lowest capitalization rate for suburban office, according to this, is 6%. That's the very lowest, and it ranges up to 7.75%, correct?
Yes, our biggest 6.9%, but it's only for 60% of properties. and our data analyze all sales, time adjusted to April 1st, 2021.
So what is it about this property that the model would determine that it should be, number one, at the lower end of the city's conclusions, which we don't see any evidence of, except the summary, and number two, lower than the lowest capitalization rate reported by the market? What about this property?
Because this property shares 6,000 square feet, if this property will be put on the market, it will be more people can afford to buy this property that bring capitalization rate lower.
And just to confirm, we heard evidence earlier today that other suburban offices were being assessed with a capitalization rate of 6.65%, correct?
Correct, because our range 6.9% maximum.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I think that concludes our questions.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Michelle, any questions of the assessor?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. My only question, Ms. Schabel, is page 2. You've presented the subject property leases. And I'm showing summary at the bottom, total 6,274 square feet. And then the second last column on the right, gross rent per square foot. What does the let's call it 2017 reported, 87,279. What does that represent? Is that net rent?
It's at gross rent. Gross rent reported $87, 87,000.
Okay.
Because it's gross annual rent.
So what would be the blended rate of the gross rents be? I'm getting $13.50 approximately. Would that be accurate?
You just divide 87,000 to 6,000 square feet of leasable area? How
Yes.
you came across this number?
Yes, dividing 87,279 divided by the square footage, 6,274. Can you please provide the blended rate?
Yeah, it shows that it's $13.82 because if you see units 100, 102, it's no income, it's owner occupied.
Yeah.
So we have to divide on only 3 units, 250. We have 250 square feet plus 925 square feet plus 607. This 1,782 square feet, they generate 87,000. 87 to 79 to 1782. Rent, gross rent, $49 proudly.
Okay.
It's gross rent.
Any idea what the
At
net
least
would be?
50%, 50%, it's from gross will be net. So it showed $25 per square foot.
Okay.
Net
Thank
rent, roughly estimation.
All right. And that's reflecting the, excuse me, 3 owner occupied unit numbers. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
And what showed my rate comparables on page number 5, it showed median of $25 per square foot.
Okay.
And we assess only $21.86. It's fair.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Slaughter, bear with us 1 second while we pull up your brief, please.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Slaughter, when you are ready, 1600 Pembina Highway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll keep it rather brief. I'm not going to go through the description of the property again, but on page 6, we have an aerial photograph and a photograph of the property. And what I will point out to the panel is that originally this was designed as a single occupant office building with basement storage. The owner now operates his medical facility, Elemental Health, Professional Health, I believe it's called, as well as a related firm, Elemental Dental. I spoke to him a few times again yesterday, and he said, you know, it's hard for him to determine the square footage for some of these spaces because there's so much shared common area, you know, the different offices. The pharmacy is simply a kiosk, or that's the best description of it. He described it as kind of 2 windows where they, you know, it's not a true pharmacy per se. The only tenant that was not related is Pinko. And when I asked the owner, well, what do you typically put? Because the rates per foot then are all skewed if you don't have the exact areas because of this common area element. And I said, what does Pinko pay? And he said, well, he tries to make it $20 gross is what he typically applies. But the point being is you can't really rely on the income in place for this because number one, they're related firms for the most part. Number two, there's a great amount of common area space, including the entire basement. Everyone just shares that. And number three, the only one that's really at market is Pinko. I think it was $17.98 per square foot gross. In the end, though, I don't think any of that represents market. So that is kind of a synopsis of the property first. So if you can please turn to page 11. We've undertaken a similar analysis as discussed earlier for suburban offices. And our conclusions come out a little lower than the city. And frankly, I think if we look at locations predominantly in retail locations, we're going to, especially newer retail locations, we're going to find rents higher than what the subject property would typically command as a standalone. Our conclusions are lower. Originally, I was going to apply $18 a square foot, and that would be blended, Mr. Chairman, with the basement space. But frankly, the basement space does not have much value in the eyes of the market. If this property was selling on the market, it would not be included as part of the leasable area. It may enhance the rent of a tenant who was using the main floor, but not by much. It can't be leased separately because it's only accessed through the interior. It has no windows, so you can't really use it for much else other than what it's being used for. But, Mr. Chairman, what I did is by the end of this, and I apologize I didn't correct it, I actually increased our blended rent to $20 a square foot. So I'm actually very close to the city. And the reason I say that is my main floor rent of approximately $22 a square foot, which may actually be a little on the high side compared to what we're seeing here. But I felt comfortable with that. But the lower rent, if we're applying anything, would be sub $10. I applied $9 a square foot. And the blended rate then becomes $20 a square foot. And I think that is probably on the optimistic side for this type of property. So you will see in my conclusions across the entire leasable area, which includes the just under 1,000 square foot basement, a blended rate of $20. I have no contention with the vacancy allowance of 6%. To be clear, the rent rolls show a great amount of vacant space that's not actually vacant. It's part of elemental. So it was a mistake. It may have some vacancy issues in the past, but I don't see that now because it's mostly related company occupied. The shortfall rate of $8 per square foot seems reasonable for this type of property. The actual expenses, I think, are $10 a square foot. We have a uniform contention with all properties, Mr. Chairman, around the non-recovered expenses. And I think I spoke about that in the last presentation, and that would be exactly the same argument for all of these offices. And that is, yeah, so I'll just pause on that. So we ask for 7% as the non-recovered allowance. And then lastly is the capitalization rate. Now, we have a separate study that was submitted on capitalization rates. And perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the panel to refer to that document.
I think we're at the beginning. Is that right?
This document should say Altus Group 2023 capitalization rate study office properties.
I saw it, but I will. Non-recoverable, and then yes, okay. Page 8 of 31. I've got it. Diane, you've got it?
Yeah, it's 38 pages, correct?
Correct.
And Michelle, you've got it?
Got it. Thanks.
And Ms. Shable, you've got it? Okay. Mr. Slaughter, summary would be appreciated, please.
Yeah, I'll go straight to the points.
Okay.
The first thing I'd maybe ask the panel to turn to is right to page 12. I think this is very interesting because, again, the study that I mentioned Altus Group undertook in 2020 during the pandemic extended to offices as well. And we have similar conclusions from the top people in real estate across the country that, especially with office, they feel that capitalization rates will be increasing in the future. And the predominant reason, Mr. Chairman, is that in April 21, most of the world realized that there's a revolution in the way people are using office space, and that is the hybrid work model. And the speculation is, and it's speculation, but it's based on the opinion of top people in real estate, that the net effect of this into the future is going to be a decreased demand as leases are renewed, possibly for lesser amounts of space. And so their conclusions are they are being very cautious about the future. So when we're looking at a capitalization rate, we're trying to determine what the market will think about a given year one stabilized income into the future. And this study shows that there is concern. And it's similar conclusions. They think for the top quality office, we're going to see 25 to 50 basis point increase from pre-pandemic. And for lower quality, it can be as high as 50 to 75. That's the majority of participants' opinion. So just to mention that, we're into a period of uncertainty with all office. If we then go ahead, please, Mr. Chairman, to page 15. I echo the comments of Mr. Neufeld earlier today that these broker studies we have to be cautious about, predominantly because number one, they're marketing brochures is what they are. We don't know the methodology that's used, and Colliers themselves have included closing costs, which inflate the sale prices and therefore make the cap rates. I think Mr. Neufeld said about 15 basis points lower than had the closing costs not been included. But you'll see, and this is in the city's evidence as well, the conclusions of all of those broker studies that, they're stating that the cap rates for suburban office are the lowest would be 6%, and they go up to about 7.75%. And in the past, we typically do our own studies if we can. And I would suggest that the brokers are fairly close. We're usually, just at the higher end of the range based on our methodology, but they're fairly close. But what I find very interesting is, regardless of their methodology, the trajectory of their conclusions is what I find interesting. And you can see in the last column on page 15 that for Class B and all suburban office, they feel that since the previous year, there's been an increase in capitalization rates of 25 basis points. And this is corroborating exactly what we were told by investors in November of 2020. Then if I could ask the panel, please, to go ahead to the next page, 16. And this is where we try our best to look at what's happening in the market close to the reference date. And it's difficult. There wasn't a lot of transactions at all that happened. We identified 3 that we could develop a capitalization rate from using a market approach, either actual rents or market. 433 Main, the second one is downtown. That's a very different circumstance, so I won't speak too much to that. But 383 Dover Court is very interesting. The capitalization rate derived, and we have our calculations in evidence. This is usually the actual rent in place at the time, plus the same methodology that we use to value the subject property. That is a market vacancy allowance, regardless of it being 100% occupied. Non-recovered expense allowance of 7%. Shortfall, all the same methodology as what we're proposing here. And the capitalization rate was 7.23% for a 1992 vintage suburban office. I think that's quite good evidence. As a note, the lease was semi-gross, but it netted to just under $15 a square foot. And the second one is a bit less reliable because this is what I call an implied capitalization rate. Still applicable because at the end of the day, we're doing a fee simple market analysis. But in this case, because it was owner occupied by Clinic and then purchased by the Commissionaires of Manitoba, there isn't actually a rent in place. But we looked to the market, we determined a market rent to apply. This property has basement, but it's a very different type of basement. It's accessed separately. It has full fenestration. It was fully occupied by Clinic Medical Facility and still is by Commissionaires. In any event, Mr. Chairman, using the same methodology with a $13 rent on the main and the upper and $8.81 on the lower. Keep in mind, I'm applying $9 a square foot with the subject, and this is far superior basement space. The cap rate in that case was 6.97%. So I'll conclude this there, Mr. Chairman. What this is showing is that based on our small sample size, but we're trying our best based on limited inventory being sold at this time, we are in range with what the brokers are saying. And 5.9%, frankly, is not supported by any evidence that is being applied by the city. If I could then ask you please to turn back to the direct evidence. That concludes.
You know what, Mr. Slaughter, I think since we've got the document open, I'm going to ask Ms. Shable if she has any questions on your capitalization rate study. Ms. Shable?
Sure. Open page 11 of this document.
Okay.
We can see market rent forecasting for the 2021 fiscal years, correct? Do you have
Correct.
actual result 2021? It's just prediction.
Yeah, this is from the study where Altus Group had asked the top people in real estate across Canada, what do you think is going to happen to market rents or face rents into the 2021 year? This was asked of them in June 2020 and November 2020. And the majority said for suburban that there would be no change, that it would be basically static. But there was a lot of people who actually thought even suburban would be going down.
So it was forecasting, but what happened prior to April 1st, 2021? Do you have actual evidence?
Not in this study, because this is just dealing with capitalization rates. I do have market rents. You know, not many are very close to the reference date. I have some from October 2020, July 2020, and those are all in the direct evidence.
Okay, let's open capitalization rate, same page on start at 12. It's also prediction what will happen increase in 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Let's open page 15 of your brief. Let's compare 2018 and actual 2021. We look in specific suburban B office. Color showed 6.5 to 2.5 in 2018. We can see reduction in 2021 to 6, between 6 and 6.75%. So prediction about increase was not correct. Yes?
Yeah, there's quite a variance here. So in the previous cycle, we had a low of 6.25 up to a high of 7.5. And I think where the basis point...
CBRE showed no change happened. So it is prediction. We cannot rely on prediction, correct?
Yeah, I think where the 25 basis point increase comes is from the ceiling. We see the increase from 7.5 to 7.75. But you're right, the floor, there are some that think that it could be as low as 6. But the point here, Ms. Shable, is that there's nothing that supports 5.9%.
Page 16, you relied of your first capitalization regs 383 Dover Court, correct? It's 10,452 square feet. But how you can how behave 10,000 and 6,000 square feet properties when they on sale?
How do I justify the difference in size, do you mean?
Yes, how it's affect capitalization rate?
Well, you know, I think economies of scale are very real in market rents and sale prices. I don't know if I'd agree necessarily on capitalization rates, but, you know, there's all sorts of factors that you need to look at. I think if we had a very large single tenant property, that probably brings a bit more risk. I don't think the variance here is enough to warrant an adjustment, at least not without some quantitative evidence.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Michelle, any questions of the cap rate study?
No questions.
Thank you. Diane?
No questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions either, Mr. Slaughter. Would it be fair to say we'll apply this cap rate study for the remaining properties on the docket and also apply the questioning by the assessor and your comments forward?
Yes, yeah, that would be fair, Mr. Chairman. I may vary in the capitalization rates property to property based on site-specific factors, but the market evidence remains the same.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Slaughter, we're going to go back to your income valuation, and I'm not sure what page we're going to. Maybe you could direct us, please.
Certainly. We paused on page 12. We went off to the cap rate study, so I ask you please to refer back to page 13.
Okay.
And this is where we conclude our opinion of the capitalization rate to be applied to the subject property. This is where we look to the market. That was what we discussed. And then we look at the property and say, okay, we do have a smaller property, 6,000 square feet. And it's getting on in age, but 1999 for Winnipeg is not too old. Condition is good. Location is good. I would suggest that this would be at the lower end of the range. Certainly not at the floor of the range. This is still 1999 building with problems or issues, I should say. So we feel that 6.25% is appropriate, but I would not veer any lower than that. And so on page 14, Mr. Chairman, you'll see in blue where we vary from the city, and I'll just summarize again. The potential market rent that we apply, that is $20 blended, and that includes the basement space. And the actual mathematics, Mr. Chairman, are $22 on the upper floors. And that was, I looked at our evidence, which was much lower, but then I considered Ms. Schabel's evidence on a couple properties. I'm not swayed by the retail properties, but a few of the others I thought, okay, we might be able to increase to something closer. So I'm actually very close to Ms. Schabel on the main floor. There is no way that this basement space would command $16.70 a square foot. I think I'm being very high actually when I applied $9 a square foot. In any event, that's what I've done. That blends to $20. The only other contentions are the 7%, the non-recovered allowance, and 6.25 cap rate. And so our value, Mr. Chairman, is $1,707,000 rounded. I think that concludes our presentation. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Schabel, any questions on the applicant's estimate of value by the income approach?
Yes, if you open page 11, we have set of least comparable information. Subject property, one floor building. You would agree the upper floor rent for less than main floor without elevator?
Without elevator, I'd agree. With elevator, maybe a bit less, but certainly without elevator, it definitely commands less.
So you have 28 comparables, all upper floor we can illuminate, correct?
Yeah, well, the Givenchy comparison has elevator. But in general, I'd agree. Those aren't the best comparisons.
You didn't provide street number, so I cannot verify this property, correct?
Yeah, I have them here, though, if you'd like me to read through.
Please send me by email for our archive.
Sure.
We have a subject property less than 7,000 square feet. Property high, bigger square footage, rent for less compared to smaller leasable area, correct?
All other things being equal, yes, I 100% agree.
So we can illuminate several of your comparables. To example, comparable number 6, 12,000 square feet, comparable number 7, 10,000 square feet. Another comparables 23, 24, 13,000 square feet. Last comparable 28, 24,000 square feet, correct?
No, I wouldn't eliminate Ms. Schabel. I would take into account those factors. The size, I'd agree. Number 28 would be a lesser comparison.
This rent should go in upward adjustment for low space, correct? By economic of scale?
Yeah, all of the things being equal, I agree. So, for example, index 28, if that was my best comparison, I would say that I would probably be increasing the market rent for the subject property, but I certainly have.
You would agree that medical space rent higher than office space, correct?
Typically, yes. By about $1 or $2 a square foot in my experience.
And do you not indicate which of your comparables medical office, correct?
It doesn't here. I could read out one moment. Certainly number 30 is a medical office. Number 20 is a medical office. I think those would be the two medical offices.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Diane, any questions of the applicant?
No, sir.
Michelle?
Just to clarify, so page 14, the valuation, that is based on the $20 per square foot blended, correct? Not the original 15?
That's correct. Yeah, it's $20 blended, and it worked out to 22 on the main and 9 on the lower.
On page 11, you showed we apply $18 per square foot, correct?
Yeah, that I changed that, Ms. Shable. I increased that to
So
20.
it will be change your income estimation going up, correct?
No, in the income valuation summary, I used the 20 blended. 125,000, I think, was the number overall. That's $20 a square foot based on the entire leasable area.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. I have no questions. Requirement for summary by either party?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Slaughter, okay, that concludes 1600 Pembina Highway. Next property on the docket is item number 5, file number 22-3003, address 1400 Taylor Avenue. And we're dealing with a 2023 Realty Assessment Appeal. Ms. Shable.
File number 22-3003, roll number 120-530-56300. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition as April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $6,699,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property, office property, situated on land area of 78,945 square feet, with leasable area 13,310 square feet. On page number 2, provided subject property existing leases. We have units for 1,400 occupied, 14,732 square feet, lease size 2019 at $16.75, or gross rent $29.25. It's reported to us. Units 200, it's around 2,000 square feet. Units occupied, size 2018, lease at $24.75. It's net rent, or $38.15 gross rent. Units 100, it's occupied 10,170 square feet, lease size 2018 at $17.25. It gives us total area of 26,800 square feet. Plus reported to us that parking $1.23 and rent overall rent $15.71. So total rent per square net rent per square foot reported to us $16.94. On same page, we can see red dot of subject property located north, southwest. On page 3, more subject property air view. It's rectangle shape of land, 1-floor building. On page number 4, I have presented 7 rent comparables. Let's look on my comparables. They showed median of $19.50. We're going straight to page 14. My first comparables on 225 Vermiller Road, lease size 2020, 7,152 square feet at $21.50.
Ms. Cable, excuse me, I think we'll consider the evidence summarized on your page 4. No need to go into individual information again.
It's completely new evidence and we have to see picture. I have to talk through. It's my market evidence.
Okay, thank you.
On page 15, we have 1150 Waverly, lease in 2020, around 7,000 square feet for $17.50. Or my comparables, I pick up similar, very close to subject property and big square footage. On page 16, my another comparable 6001 Buffalo Place, rent ended 2019 and $22 for 6,000 square feet. Another comparables on page 17 for 500 St. James, lease size 2019, 18,400 square feet at $17 per square foot.
Okay, Ms.
On
Shaver,
page-
again, you've summarized them on page 4. That we can review the pictures later, but that's the information we're going to consider on page 4.
So all my leases, high square footage, similar to the subject property on Vermillion, Waverly, Buffalo, St. James, Caridon, Pembina, and Taylor. Leases started between 2018-2020, closest to the reference 2021, at media of $19.50. We did assess subject property at $70.30. It's fair. For leasable area, 13,310 square feet. We apply vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8, and overall capitalization rate 6.85%. It give us estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $6,699,000. And that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shaver. Mr. Slaughter, any questions of the assessor?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a few. And thank you, Mr. Shaver. Have you had a chance to inspect this property?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
Okay. So first off, as far as its location, this is on the section of Taylor Avenue that is a 2-lane road with residential on the north side and a mixture of industrial and some commercial on the south. Is that correct?
If you open page 3 of my brief, yes, it's on a south part of Taylor Avenue.
Okay. And are you aware that the property does not have sprinklers?
It's not relevant for our assessment. It's cost approach.
Okay. You're aware that the 2 main tenants, which are 24/7 Call Center and Towers Realty, both those spaces include significant mezzanine space in their leasable area. Is that correct?
Correct. If you open page number 1, you can see that plan area only 22,857 square feet and leasable area 13,310. Yes, difference, it's a mezzanine space.
Thank you. The building was originally constructed in 1976 and it had additions in 2008. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on page 4, you have a few comparisons. Would you agree with me that locations on St. James Street, Cordon, Pembina, those would be considered superior locations as far as traffic and the amount of let's just say traffic?
Let's talk about Taylor Avenue. They have same explosion to the traffic like St. James, Pembina, and Taylor Avenue. My last comparable showed $19.50 per square foot, and we assess only $17 per square foot. It's fair. It's supported by my evidence.
Okay, so let's go through the comparisons. The first one, 225 Vermillion. This is Rainbow Nursery. That's a fully exempt tenant. Is that correct?
It's a lease over 7,000 square feet at $21.50. And interior similar with subject property. It's look like warehouse.
But they would not be paying any tax. Is that correct?
It's not relevant. We look for lease rent comparison.
Yeah, do you think that might have an influence though on what the tenant is willing to-
It's maybe somehow will affect capitalization rate estimation, but we just looking for lease space, more as 5,000 square feet.
Ms. Shabo, the
Or-
question was from the applicant, are you aware that that's a daycare space? Yes or no?
A daycare, it's a office space for small kids
Office space for, okay,
because it's still
no, that's fine,
space.
thank you. That was the question, and all we need is a yes or a no. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second comparison on Waverly, that is SCM Insurance. That would be the highest rent in the property. Are you aware of that?
It's we can see it's a size 2020, term 10 years, over 7,000 square feet and $17.50.
And you're aware that the other two units in that property lease for $15 and $15.95 a square foot? This would be the highest of the three.
I pick up a bigger square footage and rent close to reference date 2021. How I select my property?
Okay. The big questions I have are 1601 Buffalo. This is Maxer as the tenant. Their area is actually 15,580 square feet. Were you aware of that?
But they have lease in 2019 and the 2019 for 6,000 square feet at $22 per square foot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's right, but the this location, you are aware that that rent includes 61 parking stalls. It has a very, very large land to building ratio.
We don't
With
assess a parking spot.
No, but you'd agree that having 61 parking stalls might be an influence on the market rent paid by the tenant?
If you see subject property has enough parking space as well, in front of building and the rear area, it's not relevant.
Okay, thank you. 500 St. James is Globe General. This is a client of ours. You're aware that they own the building. They're the occupant, owner-occupant.
They reported 18,400 square feet, rent and $17.
Okay, so the fact that it's owner-occupied would not be relevant, nor would the fact that it has underground parking and surface parking?
It showed us net rent and $17 per square foot, and we assess $17.30. It's fair. It's supported by this evidence.
Okay. Have you given consideration to the actual rents in place at the property? In your, just to be clear, on page 4, you've applied rents. These aren't the actuals, these are market. Is that correct?
Correct. What
Okay.
I did, total rent $16.94. It's very close what market model pickup, $17 per square foot. It's well supported by evidence.
So that's
property.
Yeah, so the actual rents that you're referring to, I think are on an income and expense mailer. Just give me one moment. Do you have the actual mailer in evidence? Well, yeah, you do here. It's page.
And my estimation, it's parking. They showed $1.23 parking and $15.71 net rent. So together $17 per square foot, because we don't create extra income from parking for this property.
Okay, on page, can I ask the panel and yourself to turn to page 12, please? So these are the actual rents in place as reported by the owner on their official audited rent roll.
Correct. And same I posted on page number 2.
Yeah, except if you look at the first one, 24/7, you had posted, I believe, and I may be incorrect, but you said that the rent was $16.75. I think you had the total leasable area. But if you look at the top of page 12, you'll see that the rent actually has two components. Do you agree?
Yes.
There's 12. Sorry, what's the area? First area is, yeah, so you'll see under total leased area that they have 18,242 square feet, but in brackets, 14,732 is the override. And then you'll see that in the per square foot rates under amount per area, these are the top two rows of the rent. You'll see that $16.75 a square foot you mentioned, but if you do the math on the rent, that only equates to the 14,732 square feet. The
Correct.
residual area would be the second entry, which is $2 a square foot. Would you agree?
Correct.
So if you blend them together, if you take the other way of going about this is take the total rent amounts, which are 246,761 plus 7,020. I believe I should do this again just to make sure I'm not misled myself. But if you take those two amounts and divide it by the total area, you would have a blended rent. And that blended rent is $13.91 a square foot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those are the actual rents paid. And would you agree that the actual rents paid in an arm's length transaction might be a better indicator of the market rent than the rents commanding or rents attained for other properties?
Let's open page number 12 of same income expense mailer. They did calculation for us. Rent per square foot, $15.71, what I reported on my page number 2.
Sorry, Ms. Sheba, which page are we on right now?
12.
12.
Summary of
the,
change by change
blended.
code. Blended.
The
So
overall blended,
they
right.
did already calculation for us. Overall rent for this building, $15.71. Plus weekend parking, $1.23. How I came across $16.94 per square foot. It's roughly $17 what model pickup.
Okay.
For this
So-
property. It's fair.
Yeah, so the actual, though, you're admitting is lower, first of all, than the model overall. Correct? 1541 versus, I think you said 17 for the model.
$16.94 and we pick up $17.30. It's very close.
Okay. And secondly, that's the blended for the entire building, not just for 24/7 as the tenant. And that includes Towers, who is the owner. Is that correct?
It's what reported to us, yes, for whole building, and we value whole building as whole.
Yeah. Okay. I think that is all the questions, Mr. Chairman. I'll finish off the rest of my explanation in direct.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Michelle, any questions of the assessor?
Yeah, just one, I think. So the city's assessed it at $17.13 a square foot, which is lower than all the comparables provided. Why would it be assessed as lower than all the comparables selected?
Because you can see my comparables number 2, $17.50, another comparable number 4, $17. And comparable number 6, $17. So it's between $17 and $22, and model pickup $17.30. So it's fair. And
Yeah, there is an average put in there. The median is $19.50.
Correct, for this small set of 7 comparables only.
Right.
But it's inside this range between $17 and $22. It's on low range
And
assessment.
why is it the lowest range?
It's just model generated.
Okay.
But I try to support this number. Just look how market behave on big square footage
Okay.
of
Thank you.
similar type of properties.
Thank you.
Anything else, Michelle?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
I do not, thanks.
And I do not either. Mr. Slaughter, we're going to get to your brief for 1400 Taylor Avenue. I believe we're all there. When you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, page 6 has the overall overhead aerial photo and one photograph or various photographs of the building as well. And just to reiterate, what we have is basically 2 main tenants on either end. On the west end is Towers, who are the owner occupants, Towers Realty, and on the east end is 24/7, and in the middle is a small unit for Isinglass. A few interesting points about the property we need to understand when we're applying rents. Number one, this is not a similar location to Corden, Pembina, or some of the other locations used by the assessor, in my opinion. That's number one. Number two, the areas for these two units include mezzanine space. And this is just mezzanine interior, access from the interior within an already, not a huge ceiling height. So it's not great space, the mezzanine space, I mean. And the third factor is this building is not sprinklered. And that is also a factor that we need to consider when we're looking at market rents. So, Mr. Chairman, the main contention here lies with the market rent. The fourth factor I'd mention is, again, I don't think we're giving much attention to the actual rents, especially 24/7. That's a very similar unit to the owner-occupied unit, because they both have the mezzanine space. And we're not really paying any or giving any weight to that, it appears so far. So on page, if I could ask the panel, please, to turn to page 12.
Okay.
Here's the actual rents in place. Again, I'm not including the owner-occupied space, but for the two tenants. 24/7 pays $16.75 a square foot for the main floor. That was the rent as of June 19, commencing for 5 years. And in addition, whereas the market often won't have an additional amount for mezzanine space, but they pay an additional $2 a square foot for the 3,510 square feet of mezzanine. Because again, the rent is basically on the plan area. This is just an added amount. And then Isinglass is a smaller area, and they pay $24.75 a square foot. There's a couple points about that rent I'd like to point out. Number one, when it was originally negotiated, it was a build-to-suit tenancy, basically turnkey, I should say, so that the landlord actually invested $45 a square foot to finish the space to the tenant's requirements. They paid that and amortized it into the rent, which means that the rent was inflated above what it otherwise would have been. And the second point is that actually that's a step down from the original rent, which was $29.75. They stepped down to $24.75 because the tenant started saying our rent's too high. So again, there's a bit of a story there, and I would not give as much weight to that. But then we look to our market rents in the market, and we have 40 comparisons, and I have all the addresses, but Mr. Chairman, I only want to focus in on a few. So what I'll do is list the index number and then explain why I think this is a better comparison.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, number 13. This is 383 Dover Court. I think this is a great comparison because it's a suburban office in a location that's similar to the subject properties, that is being not a high traffic location. Main floor, 10,452 square feet. Very good comparison in all ways. Signed April 1st, 2020 for $15.13 a square foot. The second comparison is number 17, and that is number 17 and 18 are both within a building at 1619 Pembina Highway, higher traffic location. Like the subject, it was originally constructed in the 70s and then had additions in this case in 2012. The leasable area for these two units are smaller, 2745 square feet and 1787 square feet. They're signed closer to the reference date for lower amounts. They're both on the main level of this 4-story office building. The next index is number 20, and that is at 1686 Pembina. I think this is very good. Now, the question was asked earlier, which of these are medical offices? And I mentioned this is one. This is Bison Medical Clinic. It's on Pembina Highway, a better location. It has a vast amount of parking. For your reference, this is located between the Visions Electronics and the Pony Corral. It's right in the middle of the two. And they pay $14.98 a square foot for that 10,616 square foot building. These are two of the better comparisons in my mind. This being medical office, though, the subject not being medical office. Indices 24, 25, 26, and 28. These are all within a multi-tenanted property on Scurfield. Again, I think this is a very good comparison in terms of location. It was built in 2000. The units range in size from 1950 a square foot to 6,000 a square foot. The 6,000 a square foot is the best comparison in my mind. And those rents range from $13 to $17 for the 2,000 square foot. So the best comparison is 6,000 square feet at $13 a square foot. That is a Electronics Corp that occupies that unit. Next are indices 30, 31, and 32. One of these is actually in the city's evidence. 1530 Taylor is the address here. So this is a little further down. We would have, how does this go again? along Taylor. I think there's the medical facility, the Ravy Center, I think it's called. And then further down is 1530 Taylor's 3 office units built in 2000. I apologize. Mr. Chairman. 31 and 32 are the ones at 1530 Taylor, built in 2000. They're smaller than the unit I'm concerned about at the subject property, which is the owner-occupied unit, and they're paying $19.50 and $16.50. So again, the city, in their comparisons, took the higher of the two, $19.50. That's Broadview Networks. The other is Coldwell Banker. They're paying $16.50 for a smaller space, actually. The one I skipped over, I apologize, I misread. It was number 30 is actually 1345 Taylor. This is right across from Donardi. This is where Taylor is more of a 4-lane street, and then it narrows where the subject is located. And this is the second floor. Main floor is medical office, and the second floor is occupied by Asante. Elevator access, 14,628 square feet, and they're paying $16 a square foot. The next good comparison, I think, is number 34. This is 895 Waverly. This is a 3-story office on Waverly, a higher traffic location in my mind, but this is the main floor. The main floor is occupied by Lieberstream Tech, and they occupy 13,006 square feet. They're paying $15.50 a square foot. Number 36, 37, 38, and 39 are all located in a similar location, 1150 Waverly, so just down the street from number 34. And their rents basically range from $15 to $17.50. And the last is 1558 Wilson, and that is 24,825 square feet. It's larger than the subject, and they're paying $15 a square foot. That's Dillon Consulting. Many of these comparisons, Mr. Chairman, are sprinklered. I know for a fact that one is because the permit for it was in evidence. The average of these comparisons, these select comparisons, is $15.22 a square foot. If I can refer you now back to the, we're on that page 12. And we'll go ahead to page 13. Remember that the unit for 24/7 includes mezzanine space. So does towers. So I think that is the best comparison overall to the tower space that we need to apply a market rent to. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, what I believe is that the actual rents in place for both 24/7 and Isinglass, which I mentioned is well above market, but I'm applying it as actual, are applied as market. But for the subject property, the owner-occupied space of the subject property, that unit is 10,170 square feet, which includes a mezzanine of, I have it not written down here, but I confirmed it with the owner. One moment. I believe it's about 2,000 square feet is the mezzanine space here, Mr. Chairman. And so in any event, what we should be doing is using the blended rent for 24/7, which recall was $13.91 a square foot, but I've used something higher at $16 a square foot. And that is across both the main level and the mezzanine. And so that is the only difference from the actuals. And then our blended rent per square foot becomes $15.29. Please remember that includes mezzanine space. And that totals $463,477 as the potential rent. So from there, we have no contention with the market vacancy allowance the city's applied, nor do we have contention with the shortfall rate. We do ask the panel to consider the 7% non-recovered expenses. We have added the parking income, the total parking income of $37,200, which is gross. We apply a 45% expense ratio. We add the signage income. So the total additional income that we add in addition to the market rents is $24,960. I'll just point out, Mr. Chairman, that the majority of that parking is actually towers. So it's not arm's length anyway, but we're still including it. And the capitalization rate the city's applied of 6.85% makes sense in my mind. It accounts for, it makes sense from our evidence, and it accounts for location, original age, and other factors. So I think that makes sense. So really, the two contentions, if I can draw your attention to page 15, are simply the potential market rent. And really that is only the owner occupied space, because we're using the actuals for the rest. And then the non-recovered allowance of 7%. And if we use those and we add, which I don't think the city has, we add the parking income, we come to a net operating income of 415,582, capitalized at 6.85%, brings us to an overall value of 6,067,000 rounded. I don't think there's anything else in appendix I need to draw the panel's attention to. So that will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will go into recess before we start questions. We are live.
Thank you.
Thank
So, Ms.
you. I'll call the hearing back to order. Mr. Slaughter, if you'd like to continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we just left off at my conclusion of value, but because of the technical difficulties, I just want to go back and very quickly summarize my rationale for the main contentious issue, which is the potential rent. So I had mentioned, or I insinuated through the questioning that I had some concern about some of the city's 7 comparisons, and we had in evidence 40, but I highlighted, I believe, 20 or so of those as the best comparisons. Of the ones that I felt the city had good, which are indices 2, 6, and 7, 2 of those are in our evidence, but they're the highest rents in those properties. So one of the differences is we've included all of the rents in those properties. So I feel that between the 2 sets of evidence, in my opinion, are larger, but yet honed in sampling of market rents is a better subset comparison. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Chairman, what I said at the end is that I am relying on the actuals in the subject property tested to market as the best indicators for the spaces that are arm's length within the property. The only space that I asked the board to look at closely is the owner-occupied space for towers, okay? And that space is comprised of, I didn't have this exact number, I used an approximation, but it's comprised of 8,587 square feet with an additional mezzanine of 1,583 square feet. This makes it very comparable, Mr. Chairman, to the unit at occupied by 24/7. The blended rent for that unit was $1,391. That's comprised of $1,675 on the main and $2 on the upper. What I'm proposing for the owner-occupied space is $1,860 on the main. The space is a little smaller, and the $2 on the mezzanine. That then brings us, Mr. Chairman, to a total market rent that I have in my evidence that I think is well supported by the actual performance of the property and by the market evidence as a whole. Okay?
Okay.
So the only other difference between our approach and the city is the application of the 7% non-recovered allowance versus the 3%.
Yes.
And we add then, Mr. Chairman, we add in the parking income and signage income net, which comes to 24,000. So, and this is why when I asked about one of the city's comparisons, including 61 parking stalls in the rent, it's not apples to apples with us because we're actually adding the parking separate. Okay. And so in conclusion then, our value, which is a lower potential market rent, a higher non-recovered allowance, and adding in for parking income and capitalizing with 6.85%, which I mentioned, I think is fair. I mean, you may not have caught that part, Mr. Chairman, but I mentioned that we've provided our evidence on suburban cap rates. They range between 6.25 and just in the low 7s. The subject property, I think, would be in the high 6s, especially based on its location and original age. 6.85 makes complete sense. I accept it. And so our value then on page 15 is $6,067,000 rounded.
Right. Mr. Slaughter, would you mind providing me with the net operating income, including the parking and everything?
Certainly. It's $415,582.
415,582.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that summarizes it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shago, any questions of the appellant's evidence?
Yes, please. Open page 12 of agent evidence.
Okay.
You would agree that your Taylor Avenue comparables best comparables to the subject property on Taylor, 1400 Taylor Avenue, correct?
Not the best, Ms. Shable. Again, like location, just like age, just like any other factors we mentioned, is one factor of many. So I think they're good comparisons, but they're maybe not the best. I think I mentioned my best comparisons are indices 13, 24, and 34.
But you would agree that location location and location more important. So let's concentrate on your Taylor Avenue for comparables. They range between $16 to $19.50, correct?
Correct.
On page number 13, you did play with mezzanine space and you end up $15.29. And you rely on the subject property existing leases, correct?
Sorry, say that again.
On page 13, you did estimation of leases, existing leases and subject property, end up $15.29, correct?
That's correct. Just to be clear, what that is, the actual lease is in place, plus my market rent for the owner-occupied space, which is blended to 16. It comprises of $18.60 on the main and then $2 on the mezzanine.
Yes, and you rely on existing leases, correct?
Yes, yeah, correct.
And according income expenses mailer, they reported $15.71. It's on page 12 of my brief, correct? And you end up much lower than reported to us, correct?
That's correct. And I hope I was clear. It's because Towers, one of the three tenants, is owner occupied. So I put no weight on their book rent that they applied to that space. That's really the difference, I think, between my position and what's reported on the income statement or rent roll, is that I have to look to market for that space.
And they showed $17.25, and your market evidence showed range between $16 and $19.50, correct? It's on market rent.
But my market rent average is $15.22, to be clear. And that's not including the comparison at 24/7, which is at the other end of the building. And so the second thing is the other comparisons, especially when we talk about Taylor down the street, that's main floor only. And so it's something that I need to make sure the panel understands, is that we're applying $18.60 to the main level of the owner occupied space, but something very low based on the comparison at 24/7 for the mezzanine.
But your comparables number 30, it's upper floor, it rent at $16 per square foot, correct?
Yeah, correct. Number 30 is Asante on the second floor of a two-story building with elevator access.
And your estimation on page number 15, you apply parking income, correct?
Correct. I'm looking at the rents without parking, and then I add the parking income separate. And that's a little different because most of the time in suburban office, there is no additional income for parking. In fact, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have done this because the parking majority is towers themselves.
But it's a real income, potential income generated by owner, correct?
That's correct.
So if we had that reported to us $15.71 and $1.23 for parking, it will be end up $16.94, correct?
If you used an internal rent as market, then you are correct.
It's a site specific, $16.94, correct?
Correct. If you use the internal rent as market, that's the big partnership.
Your major point, subject specific, if you apply it is $16.79, by not applying this, you undervaluing the subject property, correct?
Nope, because I recognize that internal rent should be given no weight in an analysis for fee simple. So I've gone to market, and I think that my value is supported.
And rent provided to us, it's misleading. I have to ask for penalty.
Sorry, it's misleading?
Yeah, because you say it's not real market, not real market rent, it's book rent. So $17.25, it's wrong information provided to the city. And city applied this for our models. It's mislead us, and I can ask for penalty, correct?
No, I wouldn't suggest that because I think the owner was clear that they occupy it. Towers Realty is the owner and Towers Realty is the tenant.
But this is still inside your range, $16 and $19.50, correct? It's at market rent.
No, I think the rent that they report is high.
No
Their
further
internal rent is
questions.
high.
Hello.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shavel.
Michelle, any questions of the applicant?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions either. Any requirement for summary, Ms. Schagel?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Proceed.
Our job is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of value is supported by rent rate comparables that are very similar to the subject property. The agent rely mostly on subject leases, but still showed less as reported that undervalued the subject property. Based on evidence of my analysis, the subject market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $6,699,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, any requirement for summary?
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Chairman. The city provided 7 comparisons, and I hope through my questioning, I indicated that many of those I don't think are great comparisons. We included about 20 of 40 that we thought were very good comparisons. Notwithstanding that, we use the actual rents, which are in one case supported by the evidence, in one case higher. We use those anyway. The only rent that we would not use is the internal rent for towers. We look to the market for that, and I think the evidence is well supported in the rent that we applied. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. That concludes, 1400 Taylor Avenue. Next item on the docket is item number 6, file number 22-1686. Address is 1558 Wilson Place, and we're dealing with a 2023 realty assessment appeal. Ms. Schagel, when you're ready, please. 1558
File
Wilson
number
Place.
2
Excuse me, Belen, isn't this the one that we would have to do Rod first?
Yes, so the application for this one is only for liability and classification.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Slaughter, you're just dealing with liability and classification. You're agreeing with the quantum value, is that correct?
Yeah, our review of the assessed value indicated that the assessment was fair. The quantum for the assessment.
Yeah, okay, volume confirmed, or request for confirmation, how's that? And, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Slaughter, so would you like to proceed with your arguments for, I guess, shall we deal with liability first, or however you'd like to proceed, please?
Sure. I think for brevity, Mr. Chairman, I won't go into a description of the property, suburban office, but I'll ask the panel, please, to turn to page 34 of our evidence.
Mr. Slaughter, would you mind reading the property into evidence, please?
Oh, certainly. Yeah. The property is 1558 Wilson. Roll number 03-0714-84-200. Shall I give a brief description of the property, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, very brief, please.
Sure. It's a 58,468 square foot suburban office. The area is it's predominantly one story with some mezzanine space. Its original age was 1966, but there's been considerable renovations, and the effective age, according to the city, is 1975. It's situated upon a 3.5 acre site. This is at the corner of Waverly and Wilson, I believe.
Okay.
And there are 3 tenants in place in the property, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And would you mind providing the total assessed value?
Certainly. Total assessed value is $10,064,000. And the classification is
064. Yeah, thank you.
That's correct. Yeah. And the classification is 100% 60T.
Okay. Right. Okay, thank you for the summary there. Now, shall we deal with which item would you like to deal with, or maybe both at once?
Well, it'd be, classification liability is the same issue here, Mr. Chairman. The issue is that one of the three tenants is a clearly educational in its purpose and therefore is a seminary of learning. Could I ask the panel please to turn to page 34?
Okay. Okay, we are ready.
Okay, so there's 4 units, but there's only 3 tenants in place. And you'll see Workplace Education Manitoba is in the very first unit, 1,000. That is the unit for which we ask the board to apply the school tax exemption. Oop, I just flipped my page upside down. Sorry, one moment.
Okay, would you mind providing the class code request and the status? I guess it's
Certainly. So we're asking, actually, if I could ask you to turn please to page 9. That unit, Workplace Education Manitoba, occupies 16,370 square feet, which is 28% of the leasable area, Mr. Chairman. And they clearly fall within section 23(1) of the legislation, 23(1)D specifically. 23(1) states exemption from school taxes. Subject to sections 25 and 26, real property is exempt from taxation for school purposes where the real property is D, owned by or is held in trust for and is used by a college or seminary of learning to a maximum exemption of 1.62 hectares. The tenant's objective, Mr. Chairman, I mean, just from the name, it's pretty clear, but their objective is to provide apprenticeship and trade skills for the next job, current careers. And we have excerpts from their website that clearly shows that they are an educational purpose to their organization. The only part that I think requires mention of the court's interpretation is that while the exemption mentions that it should be owned by, the court case for Waso, which is a court of appeal case, clearly indicated that a leasehold interest is ownership, and therefore a tenant can be applied the school tax exemption. And the classification, Mr. Chairman, would be 40S.
40S, okay.
40S. So that's it. We ask that the board consider that 28% of the building, or of the assessed area, sorry, be applied the 40S classification. And that math is that 2,979,000 be classified as 40S, while the remaining 7,085,000 remain as class code 60T.
Okay. I'm sorry, would you mind repeating those two values?
Certainly. 2,979,000 we request as class code 40S.
Yes.
And the residual is 7,085,000. That would remain as 60.
7,085,000, class
Correct.
code 60T.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Szabo, any questions of the request by the applicant to change the class code and the liability?
We have a special procedure to change class code. We have an exemption request posted online. We need some information to support evidence. So it's up to board what to decide. Plus, my question only about estimation split. You doing estimation 28% of area split, correct?
Correct.
Or total value split?
No, it's on the area.
How you decide on area, not value split?
Just based on past behaviors that I've seen, often area is used in these cases, especially if the values between the different components is not drastically different. You know, if this was a different type of tenancy with a very different valuation, then we might veer from area. But in this case, I thought area was fine.
So in our case, all tenants similar, so you can easily apply for value split?
That's correct.
So if you apply for value split, 28%, it will be only 2.8 million, not echoing. Why is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
So if you apply for a total value split, it will be 2.8 million only.
Yeah, and that would be fine, I guess, Ms. Shable, but the only caution is that because I'm not contesting value, I haven't tested how each component relates to each other in that allocation. I might have a different allocation in value. I might have a higher value for this particular unit. So, for simplicity, and because the delta is not that big, I asked the board to consider 2979.
But your estimation completely wrong on page number 11. You showed 10,064,000 multiplied by 28%. It will be completely different number. 2,817,920 only.
Oh,
So
okay. If I had the wrong math, I apologize. Let me just test
it's
that.
a wrong
Yeah.
wrong estimation.
10,064,000 times 0.28 would be, oh, you're right. Okay, I apologize. So 2,818,000, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. That should be the correct exemption.
No further questions.
Okay, I am back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Slaughter, that
And
would
see you
require-
too.
Yeah, no, I don't know what happened there. I lost my internet. That would require an adjustment on the class code 60. Is that right? Since we revised the class code 40?
That's correct. Yeah, I can give the two numbers again.
Yes, please.
2,818,000 would be the class code 40S. Let's round that up before doing the math. 064. And the residual class code 60T would be 7,246,000.
Okay, Mr. Slaughter, 7,246,000.
Correct. I was just rounding it, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Okay, would you mind giving us the total there, please?
Okay, so we had 2,818 plus, sorry, let me start again. 2,818 minus 10,064. So 7,246,000 plus 2,818 equals 10,064,000.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, does that match the existing roll?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Michelle, do you have any questions of the applicant?
No questions. Thank you.
No, yeah, I do. So was the application made to the city for that?
No, if we made the application to the city, we'd be acting on behalf of the tenant and we'd be asking for retroactive because they can go back to January 1st of the previous year. So go back to 21. And the tenant may elect to do that as a separate exercise. But through appeal, this is the second way that it can be done. It can be done through appeal. But of course, it's only affecting 2023 forward. And because we're engaged by the owner, that's the route we're taking.
Okay, and then my second question is, it's 28% of the property. Is that in classroom or is that utilized for office? Like, how does it support the educational facility, the Workplace Education Manitoba?
That's the entire area occupied. There was a case for the Law Society that went through the Court of Queen's Bench and the Court of Appeal that decided that if the intended purpose of the organization was for educational purposes, that they need not break down exact classroom space versus storage versus etc. That the entire area would be used.
But to your understanding, students go in there and learn within that facility. It's
That's
not
correct.
administrative space.
No, it sounds from the description that it is an educational space.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thanks, Michelle. Diane, any questions?
My question was just answered.
Okay. And I have no questions. Ms. Shable, any requirement for summary regarding the request?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
That was a good question, the last one, and just for the board's reference, we have materials from the organization, and on page 11, you'll see that it's clearly in-person and online training. WEM centers offer face-to-face classroom style training. So I hope that answers that question.
Is that okay with you, Michelle?
Yep, you bet. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, that concludes item number 6, 1558 Wilson Place. And the last one on the docket today, item number 7, file number 22-2261. Address is 360 McGregor Street. And, excuse me, we're dealing with a 2023 realty assessment appeal. Ms. Shable, bear with us 1 second, please. Find your brief for 360 McGregor. When you're ready with Ms. Shable.
File number 22-2261, roll number 140-4267700. We are valuing the property as a stance of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as April 1st, 2021 is $537,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office space situated on land site of 3,060 square feet with leasable area 2,342 square feet. It's owner occupied by Sinaboy Credit Unit Limited. On page number 2, started air photo of subject property. It's located northwest of the city of Winnipeg. More photos on page number 3. It's 1-floor building situated in rectangle shape of land. We assess property like bank for 2,342 square feet at $20.50. My rent, 7 comparables. I pick specific credit union. Let's look of my rents, comparables. It started on page 11. 1105 Gateway, Integra Credit Union, rent for $29.50. 2567 Main Street, Assiniboine Credit Union, rent $32.75. Page 13, 2136 Macmillan Street, rent by Cambridge Credit Union for $32 per square foot. Comparables on page 14. 850 Regent Avenue West, rent by Carpathia Credit Union at $23 per square foot. Credit Union on 1536 Regent Avenue West, rent for $32.25. Credit Union on 1609 Regent Avenue West, rent for $27. Credit Union on 2211 McPhillips Street, rent for $21 per square foot. Let's go back to my summary page on number 4, or my 7 comparables. On Gateway, Main Street, McPhillips, Regent Avenue, showed range, showed media $29.50 with average $28.21. We did apply $20.50 for leasable area $2,342. We apply 6% vacancy, 3% expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot. Our capitalization rate 7.8%. Give an estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021, $537,000, and that 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Slaughter, any questions of the assessor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Shable, so because the property is owner occupied, we've looked to market as a determinant for the market rent. And on page 4, you show your comparisons. And you've also showed the overhead maps, which is appreciated. Thank you. You'd agree that all of the locations that you have for comparisons, or let me put this a different way. How do you think the other locations for your comparisons compare to the subject's location at basically Mountain and McGregor? Are they comparable, or is the subject inferior?
These comparables first, we have very young property, very built in 2008, 2006, and subject property built in 1965. That's why this rent for $29.32 per square foot. We apply only $20 per square foot.
Yeah, that was actually my next question on age. But as far as location, would you agree that the subject property is located in an inferior location to the comparisons?
Correct.
Okay. So we have an older building that also is in an inferior location. And the third fact is each of your comparisons have considerable amount of parking included. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the subject property, if we look at your photograph on page 2, has none. It basically, the building occupies the land. Is that correct?
And we don't have restriction on the street of McGregor Street. It's no restriction on the street. Yes, they can park there.
Okay. So we have actually 3 pretty large factors that would result in, I think you'd agree, a lower market rent. Do you think that $20.15 might be excessive for the subject property, all things considered?
Media of my 7 comparable $29.50. Model apply $20.50. It's fair, and laws at my comparables, it's fair.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Diane, any questions of the?
I actually do, because now you mentioned that there's parking on McGregor, but if you look on your page 3 at the picture, is that not a no stopping sign?
I don't know. Sorry.
Right in the middle of your picture, right by the dollar sign. That's a City of Winnipeg sign. Does that not say, is that not a no stopping sign or something there? Or is that saying a towaway zone between a certain time? What does a sign actually say there?
We can go on street view if I can jump right away.
Okay, maybe I can do that. Okay.
I'm locked out for access, remote access. Sorry. Yes, it's no parking. That's why model pick up only $20 per square foot compared to $29 across. Similar.
So it says no
Union
parking
Bank.
from 5:30 till 7, correct? Monday through Friday? Or
Possible.
from 7:30 a.m. from 7 a.m. till 9 a.m. Is that correct? Just the 2 hours is no parking there?
Possible.
Okay, because that's what I see on the street view. All right, I was just trying to figure out what the sign said. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Michelle, any questions of the assessor?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think I have any either. Mr. Slaughter, let me pull up your brief, please. Mr. Slaughter, when you're ready, 360 McGregor Street.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll just keep this rather straight ahead. It's a difficult property to value because, yes, it's occupied by a credit union, but this is not like any other credit union. And when I say that, it's because the typical, or bank, I should say, the typical considerations with banks are that they would have ample parking. They're not usually located well, let's just put it this way. This, I don't think, is a comparable location to many of the city's comparisons. Its age is older. It used to be just a commercial building that was occupied by a coin trader. So it's a difficult one, Mr. Chairman, but there are so many factors, I think, that we need to adjust the rent for the subject property for that I don't think $20.15 is appropriate. The best of the city's comparisons, I think, would be 2211 McPhillips. And even that is located in a strip mall with ample parking. And that's at $21 a foot. And I think we need to move south from there. So on page 11, we look at some comparisons that Altus had provided. And they're not great. Unfortunately, I don't have many comparisons in this location that could be used. And you don't really have many banks like this. So the first comparison I'd like to eliminate, that's actually in the concourse downtown. What I was looking for is banks that aren't kind of standalone with ample parking and large landed building. But that's not a great comparison. Number 2 and number 3 are both on Roblin at different locations. One is the Royal Bank at 5114 Roblin. And the second is the Bank of Nova Scotia at 4910 Roblin. These are in small strip malls. I think this is getting better as far as comparisons. They're built in 1974 and 78, subjects in 1965, and they're commanding rents of $14 and $14.50 a square foot. I think that's getting more appropriate. The one on Pembina, of course, is much, much newer. That's at 2855 Pembina in a strip mall. And that has a higher rent of $20. Ellis is at 1395 Ellis. It's the Royal Bank of Canada. It's a better comparison as far as age, but it is larger. Number 6 is actually not a bank. It's the Fleet Profit Center at 260 Marion. It commands $13.14. It's actually $14.50 with a slight semi-gross erosion to the net. So it's $13.14 net. There is 8 stalls in the rear of this building. And lastly is on Isabel, not a great comparison. This is not a bank at all, so I'd probably eliminate this as well. But then again, Mr. Chairman, I think what this shows is that $20.15 just doesn't seem appropriate. I think we'd probably be something closer to between 13 and 15 a square foot. And I'm using $15 a square foot. That's it. That's, oh, sorry. And then the non-recovered allowance, we again ask for 7%, but otherwise there's no contention. The cap rate of 7.8 seems appropriate. Although if we're not applying the non-recovered, I would ask that the cap rate be increased. So on page 13, applying $15 a square foot, the city's parameters for everything else, but the 7% non-recovered, and our value would be $379,000. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Ms. Shable, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Yes, please. Page 11 of agent evidence. You didn't provide street number of your same comparables, so I cannot verify them, correct?
Yeah, I can give them to you right now, Ms. Shable, but you're correct. We don't usually put addresses on because a lot of our data is from our internal documents, and for confidentiality reasons, we try not to put the address. But we don't want to mislead the board, so we then verbally provide all the information.
The subject property, it's a credit union bank, correct? Which of
Correct.
your comparables bank specific?
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They are CIBC, Royal Bank, Bank of Nova Scotia.
You would agree that low space rent higher than bigger space by economic of scale?
All of the things being equal, I 100% agree with that.
And your comparable 4,000, 3,000, 9,000, 10,000 square feet, it's much higher than subject property and should be upward adjustment for economic of scale, correct?
Numbers 4 and 5 certainly are larger, but I am cautious about upward adjustments because the key point that I made is all other things being equal. So if we properly adjusted for location, for parking, for all other factors, and then we had an even playing field, I would then make the adjustment for economies of scale.
And your range for these 2, 3, 4, 5 comparables between $14 and $20, correct?
Correct. The $20, as I mentioned, is a much newer property.
And you still apply only $15 per square foot, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Michelle, any questions of the applicant?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Then I better ask one, I guess. No, I think I had one, but I think it's gone. So, you know what? I'm going to confirm the summary, Mr. Slaughter. Your vacancies at 6%, expenses at 7%, NOI is 29586, and you're agreeing with the assessor's cap rate at 7.8%.
That's correct.
And my last question is this building owned by the credit union?
It is.
Occupied? Okay. It's a branch of the credit union, fully owned. Okay. That's my only question. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you to both parties for appearing. You'll hear from us as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone, and happy holidays.
Same to you, Rob.
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
thank you.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
See you, Svetlana. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.